Yeah, that is called Souls That Touch Once. That's off my new jazz and funk album. Shout out to Rudy Lowe is in the building. Shout out to the Low Lives. Shout out to Uncle Andy is in the building. I got some time to spare. And I figure it's Sunday, I think every day has a feel to it, you know what I'm saying? So every day, you can have conversations on certain days, right? Certain days you can't have these conversations on. So it's not that this hasn't been on my mind. It's just that today's a perfect day to really build on this type of content. I do want to talk about what common folk like me and you would just call aliens, right? Like, that's how we just chalk it up. You aliens. And people have made fun of me over here. Like, yo, he be over there talking about aliens. I'm not too much worried about it, because what's going to happen is they're already letting you know that Saladin was right. They're already letting you know that. It's you that don't want to pick up what they putting down. And therefore, they drag it out. They're going to do all these hearings. When you come over to my channel, we're going to skip all of that, and we're going to jump straight to the meat and potatoes, which is what I've been telling y'all. Obviously, they have not been telling you the truth. I think you feel that deep down in your soul. However, they have been telling you the truth. So there's an enigma for you, right? They haven't been telling you, but they have been telling you. And I always say, the only thing that's worse than a lie is a truth mixed with a lie. I would rather you just tell me a lie, right? Just 100% lie. And I could debunk that. But when you start mixing in the truth with it, now it gets kind of sketchy. But I'm here for it. I found out last night they got a name for what that they got a classification for me, like the type of mind I have. It's called polymath. I didn't know this. Never knew what the word meant till last night. Polymath. And you want to know something? I just looked it up by accident. I seen it. I don't even know if it was really associated with anything at all. I just seen the word and was like, yo, what's that word? I never heard of that word before in my life. You know, I'll be on Khan Academy and all that for no reason at all. No reason. I'm over there refreshing myself on Algebra 1 and 2. For no reason at all. So I go to look up polymath. I was really being nosy because I thought it was some type of math that I wasn't up on. It says polymath is an individual whose knowledge spans a substantial number of diverse subjects, known for drawing on complex bodies of knowledge to solve specific problems. That is the category YouTube should have had me in from Jump Street. I don't want to talk about Negroes all day and what's happening in the hood, right? Sometimes I feel like talking about that. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like talking about hip hop. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like talking about history, religion. But go figure. We got all this technology, but YouTube can't figure out how to put me in a polymath algorithm. Come on, bro. Stop just trying to box me in. I have a talented mind. Everyone knows this. Knock it off. I'm not bragging. Like, everyone could tell I'm a little bit different. Some people can't articulate what they actually experiencing, so they just blurt out, yo, son is weird. That's cool. You have a low IQ. I'm never worried about you. You understand? Actually, I'm proud that you mustered up something to say out loud. You cool. You can stay. You don't offend me. However, I'm so confident. I appreciate you that you recognize something is different from me than me and you. People like me are necessary in this world. Because apparently, these people don't feel like you can handle the truth. And it pisses me off that they would lie to you. It also pisses me off that they run all these psyops on you. You understand? Stanley Milgram experiment, group think experiments, right? Over here, I really want you to be able to be yourself. I want you to be able to say, yo, you know, I had that thought before, but I didn't want to be judged. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. For almost 30 years. 30 years, Carlito. Almost 30 years. The rapper Coolio put me onto this book right here. About 30 years ago. It's called Behold the Pale Horse. He put me onto that book. He told me that Will Smith put him onto the book. I don't know. At this point, it's all legend. You understand what I'm saying? However, I know I ran out and got the book. So, what I'm saying is, there's a guy in the back of this book that I like to refer to as a great American hero. You understand? His name is Bill Cooper. Everybody hit the like button on the way in. Uncle Andy, you don't got to play with them today. You could just knock them out the box. It's a Sunday. You understand? I may not have the same Lord that they have, but it is the Lord's. It's somebody's Lord's Day, and we will not tolerate any heathenry, foolish Gentile business. Not today. Not today. They acting up. Get them up off here. Lifetime ban. So act like you know today, or don't. Either way, we don't care. Uncle Andy's gonna get you up out of here. You heard me? Good. Now, William Cooper, if you decide to read this book, let me just tell you a little bit about him. He had top military secretive clearance. He came across some files that he felt like the American people should know. Right? Some of these files had to do with what we would call aliens. He had from what I understand, an unconventional death. Some believe that he may have been taken out by people who didn't want him to talk any further. Who knows the truth? When I read the book, it really, I had to think outside of the box for a little bit. And I'm going to keep it real with you. For a long time, I accepted everything else inside this book except the alien part. I did. Keep it 1,000 with you. However, around the same time, hit the like button. Around the same time, I also was introduced to this guy here. His name was David Icke. He's still around. He's on YouTube. David Icke. Reading his books, it took you down a rabbit hole too. He often spoke about extraterrestrials, but he started naming them, right? And he was calling these people these reptilians. I felt like I was reading his books, but I was taking everything except the reptilian stuff. So for a long time, I wasn't listening to that part of their message. I was just taking all the other stuff in, like the creation of the AIDS virus and, just certain MK Ultra psyops and stuff like that. I'm not really sure when, but I got put on to galactic history. And we're going to listen to some audio today. I got a lot of audio for us to listen to today, actually. But I'll give you the authors. And some of you guys have been asking me for the authors of particular books. And I wasn't giving them to you. I wasn't giving them to you because I wanted to be greedy. I wasn't giving it to you because I wanted to shine. So let's just make that clear. I wasn't giving them to you because it wasn't the right time to give them to you. That may not make sense to you. It makes sense to me. I needed the conversation to be a little bit more in the flow of mainstream before I really gave you that. Otherwise, it's like giving pearls to swine. But now that the media wants to run some new side, I could play that game. You understand? I love if they just want to distract you more because we're getting closer and closer to 2030. The 2030 agenda is real. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's an actual partnership between the United Nations and the World Economic Forum. There's nothing conspiratorial about it at all. However, the transitions that we need to make, I believe the people who are running this project don't particularly want the citizens of the United States or the world so much involved in the day-to-day operations and the decisions. So therefore, they've hired a babysitter called mass media, social media. And they put out all these stories, and it's like a cat with yarn, you know what I'm saying? It's supposed to distract us from what's really going down. That's fine. Because I understand I could play the same game. You understand? But I could use it to actually educate you, because there is a book that you've probably read. And in that book it says, my people perish for lack of knowledge. So they only doing me a favor by doing this. Oh, we're gonna declassify and disclose. You're not really doing anything. I'm looking through these files that I looked on the Pentagon's files this morning. A lot of the paperwork is blacked out. What kind of disclosure is that? If we're being honest. Who are you protecting? It's too much. In the name of security, things have been taken way too far. Right? I'm pretty sure there's no need to black out all that they got blacked out. I don't even know if I still got it up here, because I've done so much research this morning just getting ready for this program, and then I closed a lot of tabs. So I think I definitely went to Congress.gov this morning. I went to WhiteHouse.gov, but I think there was another one. I think I went to the DOJ or something like that .gov. Just looking for the files for you guys, right? I found some files. It was blacked out. It's like, this is not transparency at all. That's cool, though. Because I'm not one who shuns independent researchers, right? I'm not a Trumper, but I'm not ready to throw the baby out with the bathwater either when it comes to Trump. I'm not a science dogmatic member of the science community, but I'm also definitely not ready to throw the baby out the bathwater when it comes to true science. I don't like how science, the community I'm talking about, I don't like how they treat independent audit, like independent researchers. So today we will hear from some actual members from the science community, and then we're going to hear from some other independent researchers. When the science community doesn't want you to listen to other independent researchers, I don't think that is, they want to control objectivity. And the reason we can't allow that is because we are all human beings, and we know that human beings have a weak spot or they have a price. Sometimes they're the same thing. Sometimes they're not. They have a weak spot or they have a price. Now, speaking about vulnerability, let's start the show off with how many scientists are actually missing.
And in the early days, there were easy answers. It was like...
Hold up. That's obviously Neil Tyson, deGrasse Tyson, but we're not doing that. Not right now. I have another article that I want to look at before we even get there. Give me a second. I have a lot of tabs open. If you can't tell. Right here. Boom. All right. Close that. And I will look at your comments in a second. We had to get some people up out of here. Baby Grizz, I see you, man. Salute. All right. So, without further ado, we got 109 people in the building. Happy Sunday. Let's go ahead and let's get this show started. And hit the like button if you can. I appreciate that. Now, let's go ahead and there we go. And where's my capture button? Okay. Oh, you know what? My wife brought me a new screen. I'm bugging. She brought me a new screen. And I did not put the new screen in here yet. What? Give me a second. Windows 10. Wow, that would be... So you gotta switch it, bro. You gotta put it over there. Alright, let's do that. Sorry, guys. She brought me a new screen. That sucks. Alright, there we go. Now I gotta get used to looking at this screen. This should be fun. Alright. First thing I want to do is, for some reason, scientists have been going missing, but not just like any scientist. Give me a second. This is the last time. I just want to move my YouTube screen over here. There we go. All right, now we're cooking with grease. Cool beans. So scientists, I've been listening to the news. I've been listening to YouTube videos as have you guys. Different things while I'm out driving, and I'm like, I'm paying attention, and I don't even think scientists going missing is new, right? So I don't want to always do a video every time a scientist goes missing, right? There's a history with getting rid of scientists that have a certain amount of information. Do remember Frank Olson? You understand? They said Frank Olson may have committed suicide by jumping out of a window in New York City. Back in the day, I forget what decade. It was a long time ago. But but that's not what happened, in my opinion. Right? So every time I hear a scientist die mysteriously or conspicuously, I don't feel the need to do a show on it. But in this particular case, it's not one scientist that has passed away. It's a few. So let's just start off there. And I didn't watch this yet, by the way. So I'm watching it with you guys now.
Well, the twists just keep coming. 2 more people are linked to the mysterious web of dead or missing American scientists and researchers, bringing the total number to 13. The FBI is now reviewing the death of NASA nuclear engineer Joshua LeBlanc, who was killed in a fiery car crash last July after he went missing without his phone and wallet. Also under review and newer scrutiny tonight is the death of David Wilcock, a paranormal UFO researcher and writer whose death was ruled a suicide. We're also learning that several scientists from China have also turned up dead too. Joining me now is NewsNation national security contributor Tracy Walder. Great to see you, Tracy. So let's start with the 13 American cases. Joshua LeBlanc didn't have a phone and a wallet. Very strange, like some of the others who have gone missing. On top of that fact, all 13 worked in related fields. To a lot of people watching, these may be obvious connections.
I just want to stop for a second. I just want to look at these people, if you don't mind. And at the same time, kind of give a moment of silence, because this is crazy. This is crazy. You know, you never really think your intelligence is gonna be the death of you. And I remember driving and hearing this story and thinking, damn, bro, you actually pushing your daughter to be the most intelligent species on this planet, right? Because my daughter, she's not gonna do anything physical, right? She actually has a ailment that prevents her from doing a lot physically. But I wanted her to know, all right, that may be off the table, but let me tell you something. You still got options for a superpower, right? So I don't want you looking at Dominique Dawes and thinking, yo, never be me. Yo, that might have never been you anyway, even if you was okay. But you got something that you can still use that's perfectly fine, and that's your brain. And I tell her that. And that's what I've been working on with her. And it's been working, clearly. She's in the 8th grade, but she's also in college at the same time. We got to drop her back to the university. She comes home on the weekend. They accepted her into an early program. So she goes to 9th grade in September. So she'll be doing high school and she'll be doing college at the same time for the next 4 years. And she's getting all these awards and everything. But I remember riding down the road like, damn. Because the plan was this. I'm going to keep it 1,000 with y'all. I said, I would prefer if we could get you the scholarship, but if you could start working in government, right? Because the government is always going to make sure they exist. This way, it kind of ties in your security. However, looking at this, if you're too smart, they get rid of you. They pull you in on some programs that they want, and next thing you know, when they're done extracting all the information from you, they get rid of you. Allegedly. And I hate to be some type of conspiracy theorist person, even though I have my conspiratorial ways about me, but I don't believe all of these people just started dying at the same time. Listen, I'm no mathematician. I just think that probability is... Yeah, I got a better chance of winning the lotto in my state. I probably do. This is crazy. And if I could say unnecessary. Because you know what's going to happen? It's going to come out anyway. So in my opinion, these people didn't die because they didn't want the information out. They died because they didn't want the information out right now. They didn't want the truth out right now. It's going to come out anyway. But maybe it doesn't. They can't afford to jeopardize the project. Let's just call it the project for right now. Because what has to happen is we have to transition into the next dispensation, which will be a digital age. Just hands down digital. The stream flow, the workflow, everything will be digitized. Currency. You guys are well aware by digital currency by now. I don't have to educate you on that. Everything will be going digital, right? And I think they just want that project done first. I will be speaking a tiny bit about galactic history today. If you are a member of this YouTube, we've done a number of, this is not my first YouTube program talking about different entities that I believe. Some people respond to me and they say, yo man, I like your content, but when you start talking about all that space and galactic stuff, you'd lose me. Then I just have to lose you, and you'll be back when you feel that you want answers. That's when you'll be back. Humbly, my prodigal child. That's when you come back. Because you won't know where to start to look for the answers, because you're going to feel like everyone's lying to you. And then the only person that you won't feel like is lying to you is the people that have been they've been comfortable talking about this. And you'll be back on my channel. Yo, Saladin, what's up, bro? Yo, you was right. No, duh. But you know what's funny? A lot of this information, if you're new to my channel, I don't have religion, so I don't want to let you down. I don't have religion. However, I am an intellectual, and I will never throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I do read the Bible. However, if we're being honest, it's a shaky start from the first verse. If we're being totally honest, from the first verse, it's shaky business. In the beginning, you see that word God? That's not how the Septuagint should have translated it in the singular form. Even with that word in the Hebrew Bible is really Elohim. So I would like to read it like that to give us a better perspective of how it was always there. We just didn't choose to take it because it clashed with the interpretation of the religion we was getting. Now, see, here's the thing about religion. I do think religion is necessary in a society. Everybody shouldn't be running around religionless. There's only a chosen few that can even handle that type of freedom. You understand? It would be lawlessness. It would be lawlessness. Everybody doesn't deserve to understand the forbidden and esoteric information. Maybe if we never even went into some type of dogmatic religion, maybe. But now that we went there, no. Clearly, some people, they need it. And then clearly, it doesn't matter with some people. They are in the faith, and they're still doing the most heinous acts. Catholic Church. Heinous acts on people. It may be all formality. I don't even know if these people believe in the higher self, the things that they do to other people. I decided I don't have time for games. I'm here for a good time, not a long time, stupid. So, if I am to reread this, it says, in the beginning, Elohim created the heaven and the earth. Do you happen to know not so much who the Elohim are, but what the Elohim are? Well, let me tell you this. El is singular. Elohim, being that word is ending in an I-M. Some say it's a feminine plural. Some say it's a masculine plural. But what we both can agree on is that it changes that word to the plural format. This is why in Genesis 1:26, when things get confusing and you're trying to read and you're like, this just doesn't make any sense. Why does it have a singular noun, but addressing it like it's plural? Genesis 1:26, and God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness. Come on, you was in Sunday school, right? And you've had that thought like, yo, but that doesn't make sense. But maybe you didn't want a ruler upside your knuckles, right? Shout out to the people that went to Catholic school and caught the ruler. Them nuns was giving it out. Huh? They was giving it. Shut up! So you didn't really want to push the issue, but you felt like something wasn't right? And then the Vatican had gave an answer already. Vatican said, okay, smart guys, check this out. They're talking about the Trinity, the Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. He's talking to himself. You're like, really? Yeah. So don't be a wise guy, okay? Turns out none of that was really true. Turns out much of this was inspired. I'm going to be nice today because I got a few people in the house. I usually say plagiarize, but formalities. Much of this information was inspired by, listen, these people went through a lot, allegedly, right? Oppressed by the Assyrians, oppressed by the Babylonians, oppressed by the Persians for hundreds of years, not writing anything down, playing telephone. So things could get lost when they get their freedom 1,000 years later. It's like, all right, you guys go do you. And they're trying to put it back together. They borrowed some stuff, evidently. They borrowed some stuff from the Sumerians, from the Babylonians. However, my point is, the people that the entities we call aliens, they've always been spoken about. In your Bible, yes, in your Torah, obviously, in the Quran. The three major books all speak of the presence of a polytheistic being. And then somehow all the other religions, Hindu, what is it called? Zoroastrianism, all of that, they just clam up into mythology, which is convenient, right? However, here's what I find difficult: that people would exist for that long on this planet, and they would just take the time to write things that either wasn't passed down or totally made up. Yeah, we're just going to write that down. And somehow every civilization has a story about snake people. has a story about sky gods. And it is only the dogmatic religions of this dispensation that don't want to honor or even react to his existence. That's fine. However, astrotheology, I can't really say I'm an astrotheologist, but I can't say I'm not, right? I definitely, the history is there when it comes to civilizations looking to the celestial for answers and their history of the celestial at the same time. We have to acknowledge that. We just have to. I want to pull up. Give me a second. Told you there we go. This is gonna be interesting because I'm used to doing it vice versa. Give me a second. Let me take that off the screen, and I want to pull something up for you guys. I want you to see. There's some skulls I want you to look at. Nope, that's I'm going to Penn State this week. All right, here we go. I found the skulls. Here we go. And I don't have a lot to say about the skulls. I just find this if you're anything like me, you've looked up these elongated skulls, right? And what you found out is that there's information about civilizations doing this to themselves, right? There's information about people making their own head elongated. And it's like, nah, I don't know if I believe you. The elongated skulls. Hold on one second. Let me make sure I'm showing. All right, cool. And let me make sure that. Yeah, we good, buddy. Hit the like button on your way in. Hit the hype button. We here. We here today. We're going to discuss. Let's discuss it, man. Everything that's going down, everything that they claim to be disclosing. I don't know what they're disclosing, but it doesn't seem like the truth so far. It just seems like some long drawn out discussion, and I'm not in the mood for it, right? But what I'll do is, since you guys come over to my channel to rock with me, I'll give you the information ahead of time. So by the time they even give it to you, you'll be like, yeah, I already heard that over there on Society. Past, present, and future. The elongated skull mystery, divine bloodline, or physical evidence. Now, this is a guy named Jason Martell. I found him because he had gave a he had endorsed a book that I'm reading, that I'm going to read with you guys today. We're actually going to play the audio. What I did was I created the audio just for you guys. It used up 52,000 credits of mine on 11 Labs, but you guys are worth it, obviously. Let me read a little bit of this. It says, the elongated skull mystery, divine bloodline, or physical evidence. One of the most compelling pieces of archaeological evidence suggesting extraterrestrial contact appears across multiple continents. Elongated skulls. These are not isolated anomalies, but systematic deformations found in ancient Egypt, Peru, Central America, and Africa. They represent either the greatest cover-up in archaeology, or the most direct physical evidence of alien-human hybridization. Hybridization. Nothing that we're doing right now with genetics is new. We're gonna there's a geneticist by the name of George Church. We're gonna look at him today. But nothing that we're doing is new. Winter is in the building. Hold up, y'all. Winter, where you been at? What happened yesterday? What are you doing? Excuse me, y'all. We gotta just stop the show. Winter's been missing for like 2 days. I don't know what the hell's going on. How's Littlefoots? David says, if you can't say archaeology, you probably shouldn't speak on it. I don't know if I agree with you, David. But I dealt with your kind before. You want to point out my weaknesses so you can seem more significant. That's cool, David. One of the biggest hurdles I had to endure is coming off the street and going into academia, right? Going to school. I stopped selling drugs at 28. I remember because I didn't stop by choice. The feds came in. Right? So if the feds didn't come in, and you think I wanted them to fucking come in, I was rocking and rolling, baby. I said, oh man, this is a good thing. You don't even know. And then I was working at as a carpenter, and I was selling drugs. And then my back didn't allow me to do carpentry. I wasn't worried about it because I sold drugs, but then I couldn't sell drugs because the feds came in, so I got to do something else now. So I end up going back to school, and I end up quitting the job that I had, making more, to work in the IT department, making $10 an hour. And there was a guy, he was younger than me, but he was my boss. Like, I had to listen to him. And he used to do exactly what David did, right? He used to point out all my weaknesses and embarrass me. And I had to deal with that for like ever. Because when I left him, it went somewhere else, and they did the same thing. Then I just realized there's a group of people out here that, especially the nerds, they love doing this, right? Physicality is not their strong point. They're not going to pick up more women than you. They really don't have good confidence. And any chance they get to belittle someone else, they just do it. You know what I'm saying? It's like your punching bag. So I'm actually used to it. It's okay, Dave. We know you don't get women, bro. Just stick around over here. You understand? We're going to boost your self-confidence so you don't have to put somebody else down to feel like somebody. We got you, Dave, over here. We love you, bro. All right? Now, going back to hybridization. If I spoke a little bit about how the Hebrew Bible does borrow, if we want to call it that. To me, it's plagiarism. But we want to call it borrowing from the Sumerian tablets. There was a few tablets that we could see. The Epic of Adrahedras, some of the creation tablets like Enki and Ninhursag. But I will be going to the Pennsylvania Museum in the next 2 weeks, and they have a lot of the tablets there. So I'm gonna start doing some videos instead of doing these lives. I'm gonna start doing some videos and getting some footage of the artifacts. It's about that time. It's about that time that we step it up a little bit. But I only spoke of hybridization because This is ancient history. None of this is new that we're doing with gene editing, gene silencing. There's recorded history that there were entities doing this type of science thousands of years ago. I just want to mention that before we really get into anything. And we haven't gotten anywhere yet. Akhenaten, the heretic pharaoh. Perhaps the most famous case is Pharaoh Akhenaten. You know what's funny? This is my first time reading this. But if you're a member of this channel, I often speak of Akhenaten, aka Amenhotep IV. Now, I've read certain books that says he might be the grandson of Thutmose III. We'll get there later. No need to rush. But I give my theory on Akhenaten having to leave Egypt because he wants to instill this monotheistic religion. It's not good for the priest, right? So I think there's a coup. This is only my theory I'm giving you. I think there's a coup that exists. They get him up out of there. And according to the Amarna letters, he already has a relationship with Canaan that we know about. Why? Because in the Amarna letters, Canaan reaches out. They reach out with humility and reverence for Akhenaten, right? But when they reach out, they're in need and they're like, yo, there's some Haikos people out here. The Haikos had previously ruled Egypt, but then they was cast out and exiled out into the desert. They do not call them the Haikos, they call them the Hybaru. Me personally, I think this is just a different version of dialect or pronunciation for the Haikos, but they call them the Hybaru, these desert wanderers, right? But they must be a force to be reckoned with, because Canaan is actually asking for resources to deal with them. So if these were some insignificant sheep herders, I'm pretty sure that these Phoenician Canaanites could handle some elementary sheep herders. I don't think they were that at all, though. Nonetheless, same century that Judaism or the Hebrews are to be established is the same century that he was exiled or died. I don't think he died from Egypt. In my theory, he ends up in Canaan. He has to deal with the Hybaru, and maybe there's a synergy between the Hybaru. Phonetically, it is really close to Hebrew, but again, this is speculation on my behalf. Don't get me. I have no doctorate degree, even though I'm looking through the pamphlet right now. I am looking through the pamphlet of going back for that last degree, right? Then I could talk a bunch of crap. But until then, I will continue to say this is my theory. Perhaps the most famous case is Pharaoh Akhenaten of Egypt's 18th dynasty. Artistic representations consistently depict him with an elongated cranium, a feature historians dismiss as artistic exaggeration for divine representation. Yet mummified remains and skeletal analysis suggests an actual cranial elongation, not merely just artistic convention. Now, you see these big hats, and even the hat that the Pope wears today, I forgot the name of it. But from what I hear, these hats are not coincidentally elongated. These are the old relics from when the people with these elongated skulls actually were amongst us on the planet Earth, right? But when they disappeared, we as Homo sapiens sapiens kept up the customs. A lot of things I believe that we did was a place filler in case they came back, that we didn't want to let them down. But again, this is just my theory. Now, let me get back into this bad boy right here.
Government work, maybe secret clearances, but no agency that any of them worked for has definitively said that they are connected. So from an investigative perspective, what are we missing here?
Well, thank you so much for having me, Katie. I think the key in this case is what they didn't leave their home with, right? You mentioned before that really all of them, particularly the ones that are still, I guess, considered to be missing, all left home without their essential personal effects. So things like keys, wallets, that kind of thing. And so I think that's key. It is true, most of the agencies have said that none of them were working on that exact same project, but I think they don't have a choice in this investigation to go to all of these agencies and figure out exactly what it was that each of them are doing. And unfortunately, that's going to take some time, which isn't great when you have some people who are still missing.
So on that point, the people on the list there's a range of what they did and where they worked. A retired Air Force general, NASA lab director. Is it normal for the government not to know what's happening with such high profile people, or there are enough people working inside these agencies with these types of jobs and security clearances that maybe they wouldn't think twice about something happening to them just in the realm of life after they either left their job or maybe just went out for a walk?
I think it's the latter, not the former. So listen, in these agencies and even at the CIA when I worked there, we don't necessarily know always what the other person is doing simply because...
It's crazy. What? Operation Mockingbird is still upon us. I'm going to let the video play, but it's formality. I can barely believe anything they say on these mainstream media sites, but let's go through with it because I have a bunch of... I want to be fair, right? I have a bunch of people in the audience, and I want to be fair to everyone.
Clearances we have are all compartmentalized, right? And so I think...
But she did just say what I said yesterday. That's the problem right there. All of our agencies are compartmentalized, and there's... From what I read, maybe, I don't know, within the last decade, they started working on a comprehensive, streamlined software for all of the departments for government. However, you and I were like, yo, why didn't they have that already? But I'm telling you right now, and maybe to their defense, they're like, yo, we probably got moles out here and different. They don't trust each other, which is a crazy way to run our government. With the people who running it not trusting each other. FBI is looking at CIA cross-sided. CIA is looking at everybody else as if they're insignificant. You don't have more power than me, right? It's crazy. The White House administration, they're just there. I read something today. It said the Honorable Pete Hegseth. Like, why do we hand out these titles and then these people have almost little to no power? They're incompetent in that position, right? I don't think Pete Hegseth is the overall incompetent guy, but when we put you in the capacity of head of the Pentagon and the Defense Department, what are we doing? You're not the guy, bro. You're not. What are we doing? I don't think that entire administration outside of RFK. I like RFK, but then he bends the knee to the ground. He bends the knee. He went in there walking like George Jefferson and came out whimpering like a dog. They showed him. I read your book, bro. You was against MMR. How immediately after you guys start, you're endorsing MMR and you want to see more of it is crazy. I was just like, oh, we're in trouble. We're in trouble. Everybody did the flip-flop on us. Kash Patel is out here celebrating in a sport he has never even been to the practice at. Big celebration too. Popping bottles. Yo, you need to calm down, my boy. There's enough work to be done for you not to be taking private jets to God knows where for these type of celebratory activities. This is not... Listen, man. Knock it off and get back to work. Disgusting. Let's keep going.
That's part of the problem too, is that they don't all know what they were doing. The government, quite frankly, doesn't know. The FBI doesn't even have clearance to what some of these individuals are doing. They're going to have to be read into that, and I think that's going to be problematic.
She just mentioned another danger of everything being compartmentalized. We don't know what every department is doing. They don't feel like you need to know. This is a big problem, United States of America. This is a big problem. Right? We got people running around with vials of smallpox. Traveling with no voucher, no license. Nobody signed off on this. What are you doing? They're only I'm a doctor. Bro. What? So is Andre from NWA. Andre Young is a doctor. You're still going to need to go through the paperwork and the process. I think that's what everybody wants to skip it. Don't get me started on skipping the process.
So China, of course, is no stranger to having their scientists go missing or disappear or end up dead. The Wuhan lab researcher who was labeled patient zero after the COVID-19 outbreak disappeared, was never found, typical of Chinese Communist Party behavior. But is it possible, we've heard this from a number of congressmen, that there could be a national security implication here, that this could be some kind of tit for tat between the U.S. and China, or is that taking it a step too far?
Let me just answer for her. That's taking it a step too far. And I'm not in the mood for your rhetoric. You understand? So now we're changing. What? It's definitely taking it a step too far, baby. We don't have that type of time. We do not. Let's move on to this guy. This guy. Who's seen The Princess Bride? Does he? Is it me, or does he remind you of a character in The Princess Bride, the one that was torturing the prince? Why? You are America's top astrophysicist, and you can't go to the lemon tree, my boy? God, come on, bro. This is an embarrassment. Hate this. But I let him live because here's the thing. I'm a fan of intelligence. And let me tell you something. He'll smoke my boots. You understand? He'll smoke my bull. This is why I get mad at him when he doesn't. When he starts dancing the jig and nobody asks him to. They asked him the significance of the XX chromosome and the YX chromosome. Your boy said, yo, what does it matter? What are you talking about, bro? Just answer the question. You're the guy when it comes to science. Like, you're the one. The other one was a total quack job. Senators, when you question me, you question science. This guy with the big ears, nut job, total nut job, right? But after him, and in my opinion, before him, this is the guy. Well, it used to be. Right now, Stephen Greer. There's a few doctors that may be ahead of this guy right now, and scientists. But in all honesty, I put him up there. I think come on. You gotta represent yourself better than this, brother. This is nonsense. But let's hear what you gotta say. I want to hear his theories on a few things. And this host is always giving softballs, man. Pause. He's always doing.
Nothing was making sense that people were telling me about religion. What I didn't know is that belief systems don't have to make sense. That's why they're belief systems. If they made complete sense, it would just be objectively true. If it's a belief system, then it's beyond.
Yo, Roscoe, I got the Carl Sagan book up, brother. It's funny you say that. I got Carl Sagan's book up on my screen. He's up there. I just don't know if I'm going to have time to get to everybody today. But, you know, they defamed Carl Sagan's legacy, bro. You know, I hate when they do that. When you want to blow the whistle on something, when you want to tell the whole world, it's no different from Eric Snowden, right? Eric Snowden told us what he told us, and they told him, yo, well, he's gay. Okay, I thought you liked gays. Yeah, but not his kind. What's his kind? Huh? Seems all right to me. He's intelligent. I thought that was crazy. That's the only thing they could come back and say. That he had a boyfriend. After they spent all that money telling us, it doesn't matter if you have a boyfriend. What message are you sending? Well, he's a traitor. How could he be a traitor if he was telling us, the American people, that you were lying? Well, he's not a traitor to me. And in fact, I think he's an American hero. So eat those apples. Huh? But yeah, we might get to Carl Sagan too.
Critical analysis. It's just a belief system. Okay? So when I say beyond critical analysis, what I mean is if something in your belief system lends itself to be tested, we can test it. And if what we test shows that what you believe is false, are you going to stop believing? Generally not, because it's a belief system. Okay? Most people want to engage you ultimately with some kind of spiritual religious conversation, I have found, especially given my access to the universe. And in the early days, there were easy answers. It was like, this is religion, go ahead, I'm doing science here. Then I thought, I owe people who are religious a more informed and nuanced engagement because of the power and force that religion has exercised on the history of the world.
Now, because it's Sunday, I'm going to be sensitive today. Usually, if you're new to my channel, I'm not when it comes to religion. However, I'm very aware of cognitive dissonance. And I'm aware that you're going to start hearing new information soon coming from your government. And I know that you listen to the person in the white coat. So this is going to scramble your brain. And I want to invite you to hit that subscribe button over here, because I've been working diligently on my skill set on how to gently bring someone into the fold, give them this information that's always been there, right? And I think that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to lay it out so you have time to accept a new world, right? They don't want me to say the whole phrase. They don't. The algorithm picks it up and knocks off like 20 people at a time. It gets crazy. But you know the rest of that phrase. Over here, I'm going to give you some history. That's why it's called Society Past, Present, and Future. So you'll learn about these entities. You'll learn even the books that you're reading that you thought you knew what these words meant, and then you realize, wait, that's not the original word at all. So like I said, they've been talking about aliens. There's alien talk all through the Bible. Are you kidding me? What do you think a chariot of fire is? An actual horse with flames coming out of his rectum? Is that what you thought it was? Could you not imagine what Ezekiel was trying to describe? With a wheel inside of a wheel with the lights all around and the eyes all around? Huey was good, man.
It's not just cultural, it's political, it's economic, So I started reading religious tracts. And now, when I'm engaged in a conversation, I have a full-up conversation with people on their beliefs, whatever intersection, if any, with the objective universe, and what those beliefs do for the person who holds them. And there are many places on the internet that claim me as an atheist. And it's like, I've never embraced that title.
So you're not an atheist?
The only ist I am is a scientist. Okay? Let's start there. Now, titles are lazy. I'll tell you why. Once you hand a title to someone, that gives you license to not have to think anymore about who and what that person is regarding that subject. And that has never ended well, in my experience. So, first, it's odd that such a word as atheist exists at all. Think about it. It's a word that says what you're not. Is there a word for non-golfers? Is there a word for not... ask yourself, how many things do we have words for which you're not? Very few. And so this exercise of saying you're either with us or you're against us. No. First, A, Obama is scientifically literate. It's A. B, he said, because he's scientifically literate, he said what is scientifically defensible. That there are probably aliens in the universe. Anyone who studied that problem will arrive at that conclusion.
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in, what is it?
Area 51.
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy.
I don't think it has to be enormous, Obama. I think you should have said that you know about. That's crazy that you would say there's no underground. That's just crazy. I think we've all read too much, and we know too much right now about underground, not just tunnels like the Ashkenazi Brooklyn Jew tunnels, right? That's a different. I don't even know who made those tunnels. They're wilding out. I think they just made those those tunnels that we seen on the news. Yeah, that's all them right there. However, there are intricate, finished tunnels under many metropolises. New York being one. Chicago being a whole nother. Finished tunnels, and it's like a city underground. If we know anything, we know that Iran has moved most of its military or artillery ammunitions underground, right? And it has been reported that they have vast and complicated underground systems in Iran. So I think it is ridiculous that Obama would. Why bring it up if you're going to try to play with our intelligence? So there's no underground. Respectfully, Obama, knock it off. Please, bro. Knock it off.
And they hid it from the President of the United States.
That's what he said. But as former President of the United States, and we have sort of alien adjacent culture, it was, oh, that must mean there are aliens in the basement of the White House or somewhere in government custody. They took his statement that, sure, there are aliens out there and turned it onto the U.S. government. And when I heard his comments, that's exactly what any scientifically literate person would say. What people did with that information, he then had to come back and explain. I didn't even think that was necessary, but apparently it was.
And then Trump responded.
So this is my problem with the United States. This is my problem with this guy. He's not transparent. It's all like he's Jesus the Christ with parables. It's all parables with this guy, which is coincidental or ironic rather, that he would exemplify such behavior because he is a strong member in the science community. But he loves all of these parables, right? The guy just asked him, you believe in God? He's like, the only ist I am is a scientist. What? Let's let him rock for a little bit longer before I get into my information that I got.
Trump responded. Okay. Mm-hmm.
And again, this is why I don't mind reading independent researchers. Because just because you went to school doesn't even mean you know the truth. It means you have some information. But that information was also curtailed and edited for you to have. Right? And you know this why? Because you are a member of my channel and we've discussed for the past 2 days who controlled the curriculum. Right? And how they were able to control what information comes in, who is going to edit the curriculum. John D. Rockefeller, he used scientific philanthropy to get his people on the board, to get his people in certain committees. Then from there, these people were able to handle firsthand the curriculum. This tactic has never stopped. It's still in play to this day. So you could have somebody with a PhD, but unless they have the courage to think independently, it don't mean anything. So why wouldn't I just go with a guy that thinks independently without a PhD? So he didn't go through the Orthodox Academy of Schooling. So what? He's still going to bring you his sources. So I want to look at somebody today. He still traveled to do some archaeology. He didn't go to any of these fancy schools. I'm going to tell you that right now. But he put in enough work for me, 15 years of it, for me to take as a serious independent scholar. But we'll finish listening to this guy right here.
On Air Force One in an interview and said,
well, he gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that.
So aliens are real.
Well, I don't know if they're real or not. I can tell you he gave classified information. He's not.
Look, everybody's just talking BS. Obama's saying one thing but not saying nothing. Trump is saying the other thing. Oh, no, he shouldn't have told you that. Oh, so the aliens are real? Well, I don't know if they're real, but he just shouldn't have told you anything at all.
Supposed to be doing that. Well, he made a big mistake. He took it out of classified information.
Trump seemed to stoke the idea that there is aliens. And then from that, shortly after, we had the UFO files announcement.
Sure, great. Bring them out. I
That
love
they
it.
were going to release the UFO files. And now we find ourselves at a place where the general public is again really, really curious about the subject of aliens. And you see it on the Google Trend data, which I've got in front of me here. You see the up, the down, the up, the down based on what people are talking about. So my question to you is this central question, which is, do you believe there's intelligent life in the universe?
So that one of those peaks in May, in part, was because there were files released.
Here we go. Was that edited? Oh, what is the problem with this guy, bro? He pisses me off so much. He's like useless.
That week by the Pentagon. And dare I suggest, my book was released in May.
Here's your book. This is weird. It always comes down to a book, doesn't it?
12th.
Good timing.
Yeah, it just turned out that way. I decided to jump into the ring. Not jump in. Put a foot into the ring, more accurately, when I saw these high-ranking whistleblowers come forward in Congress. Sworn testimony. Whistleblowers, former intelligence officers, former military folk. And I said, all right, it's time to jump in, because no longer can you discount the testimony the way you might have done so before with the farmer in the back 40, who saw something and is talking about it, but didn't take a picture of it. All right. All these testimonies that have existed in the past and accounts of UFOs, now when official government people are doing it, then, all right, it's time to take it up a notch. And what do I mean by that?
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
Bring out the alien. If you're saying you got an alien in the shed, in the back 40, just bring it out. And the moment you do that, no one will ever have to ask again, do you believe in aliens?
I agree with him, but I also know they're not going to do that. They're not going to do that. It's too easy.
Well, the Pentagon today released a new trove of UFO files, and of the 40 new files, 19 of them are videos. They're coming from the Pentagon, NASA, the CIA, the FBI, and the Energy Department. So let's bring in Avi Loeb, who now leads the White House UAP Council. Avi, what can you tell us? What's in these files? What are we looking at here?
Well, first, thank you for having me. We see documents dating back to 1948-49, when a conference took place in Los Alamos, led by Edward Teller, that was involved in the Manhattan Project earlier. And it involves quite distinguished physicists talking about green fireballs that they cannot figure out, some objects moving horizontally. And so these objects remained unresolved. And then we're seeing a number of videos from recent years where unidentified objects appear. For example, there is an object that makes a 90 degrees change in its trajectory, very abrupt, and becomes a very thin line on the image.
So this is things that we heard for decades. He's not even bringing anything new, which is kind of disappointing to the topic, right? So I don't want to finish listening to him because I've heard all that before.
Yes, thank you, Avi.
So I want to just jump to no, that's tomorrow's topic. That's what we're going to be reading in a second. Just hold tight there. All right. I want to show you guys something so you know where to get this. All right. Internet Archive. Like I said, I already had the Sagan book pulled up. The Sagan Conspiracy, NASA's untold plot to suppress the people's scientist theory of ancient aliens, right? This is why I kind of played that video earlier of the vanishing scientists. However, I'm not going to read this book today. What we're going to do is we're going to read this book here. Aliens in Ancient Egypt, the Brotherhood of the Serpent and the Secrets of the Nile Civilization. Now, if you are a member of this channel, I did a series called Top Secret when we went over a lot of activities during World War II and where some of these nations could have been getting their technology from, right? So if you haven't checked that playlist out, check out the Top Secret playlist. I think it's like 3 videos in there, 3 or more. Definitely start from 1 and just keep on going. You're going to learn a lot of different stuff in there, right? But what I did today for you guys is I turned this book here into an audio book just for you guys. Now, yesterday, Michael Wilbur told me to read, I think the book was called We Were Wrong, Hitler, 1939. I pulled the PDF up yesterday. Do you know that when I went to get the PDF today, because I didn't download it immediately, it was no longer available. It gave me an error 500. So they made it unavailable. I said, damn. Right? So I may be on somebody's list. Somebody definitely may be watching me over here, as small as the channel is. But again, I get it. It's not a lot of people discussing the type of stuff I discuss a lot of times. So I could be being spied on. But I took great offense to that. Because it was right there. And then when I woke up, all of a sudden, I couldn't get access to the PDF. I had to create the document the only way I know how. Alright. What we're going to do now is I want to start that book. Right? So I'm going to play some audio. I'm going to let it play. You guys can listen. I'm going to stop. I'm going to give my take on things. This is my first time hearing it as well. But I'm also going to introduce you today, finally, because you guys have been asking me. And maybe I should give it to you right now instead of waiting. Because I don't know who's going to be sticking around for the entirety of this book. So let me just give you this right now. Because people have asked me, and I didn't give it to people. And I think they thought I was trying to gatekeep. But we wasn't ready yet. But now we are. Now we are. Alright. Let me show you this. So there you go. That's the name of the book. Alien World Order. The Reptilian Plan to Divide and Conquer the Human Race. Right? This book is by Lynn Caston. Lynn Caston. He also has Secret Journey to Planet Serpo, which I have that book as well. Now, this book, we'll get into Alien World Order in a second. It was once narrated by another guy who I felt was really, he was the guy for the narration. But I think Lynn got another audiobook deal and they made him replace the narrator with this guy, Sean Daly. Sean Daly, I could hear him on somebody's book, not this one though. Not the way that, not this one. It's unfortunate. However, you will get a lot of information from Lynn Caston's book, right? But nonetheless, let us move on. I want to start listening to the audio. Don't say I didn't give you nothing.
Some of the most mysterious monuments of ancient history are found in Egypt. In full view, yet unnoticed underneath the feet of tourists and visitors, is a road that has tantalized academics and historians for decades. It's a less traveled road that gives way to the alluring landscapes of early Earth's first inhabitants. Along this road can be found thrilling stories, chance discoveries, and evidence of floods, giants, and an alien invasion, all of which, understandably, are not subjects the mainstream academics would profit by bringing out. So they close our eyes to this evidence. But much like the children's game of peekaboo, the Earth wants to reveal its secrets. It wants to show us the beginning of time, the beginning of our story and our history. These revelations may be attacked by mainstream Egyptologists, but the flood of new information cannot be stopped. Modern educators cite the Golden Age of Egypt as the unparalleled height of cultural, architectural, philosophical, and perhaps even spiritual enlightenment. Ancient cultures from all parts of the world share myths that speak of evolved levels of consciousness, heightened awareness, superior science, sublime art, and sacred architecture, dating back tens of thousands of years. In world history classes early in our schooling, we received the subliminal impression that there was an advanced civilization in ancient Egypt. The ancients' superior agricultural skills, their knowledge of cosmology, and their overall grasp of the formulas of nature all indicate that they not only were advanced, but they were much more so than we are thousands of years later. This means that humankind has declined from a high point over the passage of eons. Merging the surviving myths in what we have uncovered about ancient history, we come face to face with undeniable evidence of not one, but several high points of advancement. In other words, more than one golden age. These ages of greatest development have come and gone, but they have left their mark in the mysterious land of Egypt. This mighty empire has produced several golden ages, the last of which is marked by the rise of the new kingdom and the rule of Pharaoh Akhenaten, whose story has been purposefully kept in obscurity for centuries. What really happened in Egypt during the Amarna period? This epic of Egyptian history gave rise to tremendous progress in the arts and in agriculture, astronomy, and other sciences, which encompassed an understanding of quantum physics. But overnight, it was all destroyed. Our modern world rose from the ashes of the aftermath, turning from a peaceful, creative society, which worshiped the mother principle, to the patriarchal rule of war, which is at its height today. The amount of disinformation related to Pharaoh Akhenaten in the Amarna period during the beginning of the New Kingdom, 1570 to 1070 BCE, is overwhelming. Unraveling the layers of mysteries associated with this period of history is the only way to learn the truth. What happened during Akhenaten's reign that was so profound that it forced him and his family to be erased from history? And when he accidentally resurfaced in the early 19th century, who again launched a disinformation campaign against him and his legacy full force? That Akhenaten's empire represented such a high degree of knowledge, rooted in the most remote and ancient of times, that even in the 19th century, this information was considered too threatening to make public. Why? Because it undermined those in power and clearly indicated alien involvement in this high degree of understanding. The remnants of this alien-human interaction are of such immense proportions that, to this day, science, religion, and government in our contemporary world are all influenced by it. The alien connection was not a casual one, not a fly-by stopover, but a prolonged period of rule intended to raise humanity from its inherently base and barbaric nature. The aliens' approach was handed down in a time so distant that it has been relegated to the mythology of creation. But since then, something went terribly wrong. This book proposes to reveal evidence previously kept hidden. The sophisticated civilization of ancient Egypt arose seemingly overnight, complete with advanced levels of art, agriculture, astronomy, and physics. Then, with the death of Pharaoh Akhenaten, much of this higher knowledge was lost or suppressed. But evidence of this former golden age, the alien visitors behind its rise and those behind its decline, still exists. Some of this evidence lies in plain sight and can be found by examining the deliberately obscured reign of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, the last dynasty to understand the sophistication of stargates, sacred geometry, free energy, and anti-gravity technologies. This is knowledge handed down to us from an advanced interstellar alien race in the remote past. During the reign of Akhenaten, the highly controversial ancient reptilian race, known in Egypt as the Shemsu-Hor, infiltrated the Egyptian priesthood and banking systems and formed the Brotherhood of the Snake, a secret society intent on destroying Akhenaten's flourishing kingdom and suppressing the sacred knowledge of the pharaohs.
All right. So, again, if you followed, if you watched our above top secret series, The Mystery of German Anti-Gravity Technology, we go over this in detail.
What are gyroscopes used for, and how important is it as a device? Through its angular momentum conservation principle, a gyroscope helps determine the direction of any object anywhere, even in space. That is, by taking the gyroscope as a reference, it is possible to determine exactly how much an object is moving right, left, up and down, and even in how many degrees. Therefore, gyroscopes are essential for determining the direction of movement of any object.
Now, we spoke about gyroscopes in that particular series because we discussed one of the members of the German military also being in a fraternity, a secret fraternity, that was connected to the Society of the Snake, the Black Dragons, right? However, in this same series, we learned that there weren't only black dragons, but there was also the Green Dragon Society, right? Which was even more secretive and way more esoteric. They dealt with the black magic. They dealt with a lot of mystic phenomenon. We also went over the history of snake people throughout civilizations in this series. So you guys might want to go check it out, right? I'm going to get back to this book because I know you guys don't have all day.
However, the evidence of aliens in ancient Egypt, such as the reptilian beings depicted in the Temple of Hathor, Thutmose III's alien encounter, and the mysterious monuments buried in the vast sands of the Egyptian desert that can only be seen from satellites in space, does survive. So does the connection between ancient aliens in Egypt and Mars, including the Martian materials used in Egyptian monuments, such as the pyramids. The original purposes of the pyramids were to transmit uplifting energy throughout the planet to help expand consciousness. But unfortunately, they were decommissioned after the Great Flood of prehistory. Based on the strange art and a legacy of elongated skulls that Akhenaten's Amarna dynasty left behind, along with discoveries of various other elongated and alien skulls found throughout the world, perhaps we can start to unravel the ancient puzzle connecting Egypt with ancient aliens. Among these discoveries are the jaw-dropping megalithic ruins of the Osirian complex, the famous helicopter hieroglyphs of Abydos, and the mysterious stone blocks that litter the Giza Plateau and contain an abundance of minerals only found on Mars. These new discoveries, together with evidence of ancient Egypt's mystical past and leaked information regarding secret space programs and NASA's fascination with Egyptian symbols and iconography, prove there was some sort of off-world alien influence deep in Egypt's remote past. Pyramids of the Band of Peace. The pyramids themselves, doting with age, have forgotten the names of their founders. Thomas Fuller, English historian and author, one of the first English writers able to live by his pen. The pyramids of Egypt have been mysterious and curious monuments for some time now. Alexander the Great saw them, so did Julius Caesar and Napoleon. Neither the pyramids nor the Sphinx contain hieroglyphs. There are no markings anywhere in any structure of the Giza Plateau that point to their origin or purpose, and they appear to be so old as to have been built before the biblical flood. Arab historians contend that the pyramids were meant to house the accumulated knowledge of a lost civilization. The word pyramid in Arabic means ultimate age or size, one recalling the Golden Age and once again offering evidence that a flood may have been responsible for bringing an end to this era. Arab historian Muhammad ibn Ahmad Biruni writes in the Chronology of Ancient Nations, "People are of the opinion that the traces of the water of the deluge and the effects of the waves are still visible on these two pyramids halfway up, above which the water did not rise." 2. Add to this the curious history of an ancient city in Iran, also dealing with a post-deluge world. See Plate 4. King Tamarath of Persia, a mythical figure who was the third Shah of Iran and ruled in a time before the deluge, was warned in a dream to build a safe haven for all scientific books that might be destroyed during the coming floods. This myth turned into reality as strange monuments were uncovered in Isfahan, exactly the site where Tamarath had decided to build. In the Chronology of Ancient Nations, Muhammad ibn Ahmad Biruni writes, "In favor of this report, we may state that in our time in Jay, the city of Isfahan, there have been discovered hills, which upon being excavated disclosed houses filled with many loads of that tree bark, with which arrows and shields are covered, bearing inscriptions of which no one was able to say what they are and what they mean." 3 observations made by researchers over the years point out the hundreds of thousands of marine fossils and seashells preserved in the walls of the pyramids and surrounding the base of the monuments. 4. Joseph Yockmans writes in an issue of Atlantis Rising, "Legends and records likewise speak of the fact that before the Arabs removed the pyramid's outer casing stones, one could see watermarks on the stones halfway up the pyramid's height in about the 240-foot level, which would be 400 feet above the present Nile level." 5. He adds that geologists are hard-pressed to explain why there existed a 14-foot layer of salt sediment around the base of the pyramid, a layer which also contained many seashells and the fossil of a sea cow, all of which were dated by radiocarbon methods to 11,600 BPGs before present, plus or minus 300 years.
They got some numbers here. But that's because I didn't delete them. So it's gonna say 6, Charles. It's been saying it, but I think that's the last number. No, it's 7. I think that 7 is the last one. I don't want to edit it now because this software is temperamental, and we'll have to start all over. So
6. Charles Piazzi Smyth was an astronomer royal for Scotland in the mid-1800s and a pioneer in the field of pyramidological research. In 1867, Smith published life and work at the Great Pyramid during the months of January, February, March, and April, AD 1865, Based on his first-hand experience, he cites clues pertaining to the extreme age of the pyramids. In a chapter detailing materials found inside the pyramids, Smith writes at length about the amount of salt discovered. The substance is so abundant, that is, in dense plates, an inch thick often in the horizontal passage and Queen's Chamber, and so scanty everywhere else that the Arabs believe both that it exists nowhere throughout the pyramid except in these two named localities, and that it is to be found there simply because the builders put salt stones into that particular part of the building. Yet there are incrustations of salt in large superficial extents through to small thickness developed on the walls of the Grand Gallery. Smith goes on to describe discoveries of sea salt incrustations on other pyramids, notably made by his colleague, Sir William R. Wilde, the eminent Irish surgeon and polymath. Although now overshadowed by his son Oscar's fame, W.R. Wilde was one of the most respected historians of folklore and ancient myths of his time. He helped establish the Museum of the Royal Irish Academy and wrote the catalogues of its collection, 8. He traveled the world, writing splendid accounts of his voyages. Wilde discovered what he hoped was monatomic gold in what we refer to as the Second Pyramid. But after having the substance analyzed by scientists, he was disappointed that it was nothing more than common sea salt. No one has found signs of water erosion within the pyramids, yet there is proof of marine life and salt. This means the pyramids were not completely submerged. Water erosion around the Sphinx has been attributed to rain, but considering ancient records that describe watermarks halfway up the pyramids, it seems more likely that the Sphinx was completely underwater for a long period, and that the evidence of sea life within the pyramids is the result of waves lapping at its highly protective casing. If the floods of 9000 BCE were the last catastrophic water events in Egypt, and the pyramids exhibit signs of having survived them, it must mean that the pyramids in the overall Giza complex must date from a period before the flooding occurred. Researcher David Wilcock adds more intrigue to the antiquity of the pyramids, noting that, in approximately 440 BC, Herodotus wrote that the pyramids' casing stones were highly polished, with joints so fine they could scarcely even be seen with the naked eye. The 13th century Arab historian Abd al-Latif said that despite their polished appearance, these stones were inscribed with mysterious, unintelligible characters, enough to fill 10,000 pages. William of Baldensal visited the pyramid in the early 1300s and described these strange inscriptions as being all arranged in long, careful rows of strange symbols. 10. Unfortunately, the casing stones have been reused, stolen, destroyed, and eventually lost in the cruel march of time. This desert pyramid field is situated at the geodesic center of the world and rests at the mouth of the Nile Delta, clustering at 6 distinct sites known as the Band of Peace. Most people are familiar with the Giza Plateau and the Sphinx, but are not aware of their connection to the other sites that run parallel to the fertile band of the Nile. Some sites are unknown, isolated in the middle of the desert. Other sites are known but are only partially excavated. This leaves much history still buried in the sand. The sheer grand scope of the area is hypnotic and stimulates our wonder and curiosity. All the sites show evidence of sophisticated engineering, advanced technology, and monumental architecture. See Plate 5. The ruined Abu Rawash Pyramid is located 5 miles north of the Giza Plateau and built on top of a mountain. Abu Rawash is almost never visited. It is easy to see why. One look at this pyramid and the theory of pulling stones with a rope to get them up on top of a pyramid is debunked, in that the stones would first have to come up a sizable mountain before being hauled up a pyramid. This site is somewhat isolated and abandoned, and many people do not even know it is there. There's no gatehouse, there's no guard, there's nobody there at all. It is meant to be largely forgotten because it undermines the theory about how the pyramids were built. 11. Inspecting the site, one can see clear evidence of small stones that are newer, medium stones, and then the ancient large stones. It is a familiar pattern in the ancient Egyptian sites. See Plate 6. The builders of the pyramids used a combination of limestone and granite, both important stones in the ancient world. Although very little granite remains at Abu Rawash, a stunning artifact does exist. A square slab of pink granite is propped up by a few smaller stones. This unbelievably smooth granite slab is 4 feet long and 3 feet wide and arcs upward toward the top of the stone. Looking closely, one can clearly see evidence of cutting marks produced by what had to have been a sophisticated cutting tool. 12 granite is the hardest rock on Earth, and it is impossible to cut it without diamond-tipped tools. It is therefore inconceivable to maintain, as modern Egyptologists do, that this great complex was built with nothing more than copper chisels, stone hammers, dolerite pounding rocks, and human man brute strength. It is hard to imagine Stone Age tools constructing the Giza Acropolis, especially when visiting the so-called unfinished pyramid. The megalithic remains are mind-boggling. The experience of walking into this hollowed-out pyramid with no top is both spooky and fascinating. Strangely, the stones have been blackened. This makes one wonder whether it was truly unfinished or the top was blown off. The evidence points to high heat of some kind. At the bottom of the pyramid is a large circular pit dug into the ground. Chunks of massive limestone blocks are scattered around the pit. It seems as if this area was used as a smelting facility. In 1995, a joint team of French and Swiss archaeologists began excavations at Abu Rawash. This team, led by Michel Valogia, discovered a copper axe blade while drilling deep in the deposit foundations. 13. The necropolis at Abu Rawash is the farthest northern point in the Band of Peace. The Band of Peace refers to an area consisting of 22 pyramids that go from north to south within the vicinity of the Giza Plateau. All the pyramids along the Band of Peace trace the shape of the River Nile. As recent discoveries prove, the Nile once flowed right in front of the pyramids, and the causeways of all the sites touch the river itself. Considering that the Nile is the lifeblood of Egypt, just as rivers all around the world are vital to the cultures living alongside them, it seems obvious that important sacred structures would be built directly on the river, not 8 miles away from it. The pyramids of the Giza Plateau astonish us to this day. The Great Pyramid covers 13 acres and was constructed of 2.3 million stones, weighing up to 200 tons each. 14. Why was this massive megalithic complex even built? We may need to reconsider what we've been told about the pyramids and what we think we've seen. For example, instead of thinking that the Egyptians put the causeway at an angle because the Sphinx was in the way, let's consider another reason. At summer solstice, the sun rises along the causeway in front of the Great Pyramid and moves across the sky, setting between the second and the Great Pyramid, making it hotter in the summertime. In the winter, the sun rises in line with the Grand Causeway by the second pyramid and sets between the second and third pyramids, making a short trajectory, resulting in cooler weather. It appears that the causeways are deliberately pointing toward the rising sun on the summer and winter solstices. 15. Orthodox Egyptologists insist that the pyramids were tombs, despite never once finding any mummies buried in a pyramid. They just chalk it up dismissively to ancient grave robbers. The Great Pyramid stands exactly at the center of the largest landmass on the planet, yet we had no idea the position of continents until 600 years ago. It is impossible to have known this with the use of rudimentary tools, and therefore laughable to accept that a pharaoh would have had the means to measure the world, find the geodesic center, and build his tomb there. A quick Google search of the words Abu Ghraib would likely yield a bunch of links and pictures of the infamous prison in Iraq. This is a shame because the real Abu Ghraib in Egypt is one of the most amazing places in the world. It makes one wonder if the powers that be intentionally did this to confuse us. Abu Ghraib in Egypt is an isolated area off the beaten path. Taking a camel ride south from the Giza Plateau, one would come up over a sand dune and see these other crumbled pyramids that are now a pile of rubble. Abu Ghraib was once home to Egypt's largest obelisk, but nothing remains now except a fractured base. There is something here that, thankfully, couldn't be carried away. An awe-inspiring and mystical crystal altar made of quartz. 16. A magnifying glass reveals little bits of crystal flaking right off it. This altar is highlighted by what seems to be the precise laser slice on the side of the solid piece of quartz. The whole thing looks like a giant crystal compass. See Plate 7. Short distances away are huge crystal basins that have perfectly drilled holes in them. See Figure 2.4. The Egyptian Department of Antiquities lined these up with the idea of bringing them to the Cairo Museum, but they didn't know what they were, so they decided just to leave them in place. They claim the perfectly drilled holes are insignificant, and the basins were used for animal sacrifices. But quartz crystal emits natural harmonic energy, so it seems highly unlikely that these basins were used for blood sacrifice. A much more logical explanation would hold that they served as a source of energy in ancient times. It is unlikely that anyone knew more about this area than Hakim Oyan, an indigenous wisdom keeper, born near the village of Abu Sir, located practically at the base of the pyramids. Hakim was trained in Europe as an archaeologist. He was a certified Egyptologist and a tour guide. His unparalleled passion and knowledge of the area were reflected in the documentary series The Pyramid Code. Hakim lived his whole life, 1928 to 2008, in the area known as the Band of Peace. The Giza Plateau was his front yard, and he describes it wonderfully. 1936 to 37, the Sphinx was covered in sand up to the neck, and there was my playing yard. There are tunnels. I used to walk in these tunnels. In water, I used to crawl sometimes because it is narrow. At Abu Ghurab, we have a crystal altar, a round disc in the middle of four, a symbol of Hotep, and the word Hotep means peace and food. This round disc, it is a lid on a shaft about 180 feet deep to the level of the ocean, and there is still running water in there. You can feel it while you're in the area. These instruments were not found in a line like you see today, the 9 of them, but they were found around the area, and there are still some more to be found. 17 Hakim was unique among Egyptian tour guides in that he spoke conversational English. When the first wave of New Age hippies began to descend upon Egypt in the late 1960s, Hakim was there to greet them, not with traditional academic mumbo-jumbo, but with the real wisdom of the indigenous Egyptians. Stressing the importance of meditation and teaching about the inherent energies of sound and water, Hakim led these tours for over 50 years and was known as the father of meditation, a title that was at first meant to slander and discredit him. Despite Hakim's illustrious credentials, the Egyptian Antiquity Council, fearing he was teaching sacred indigenous customs to Westerners, shunned him. Hakim courageously continued these teachings as part of a world heritage, not a heritage solely belonging to Egypt. Over the years, Hakim became the most respected source in the study of the pyramids. His influence was so far-reaching that in the late 70s, even the iconic rock group The Grateful Dead paid him a visit when they came to Egypt to play in front of the Great Pyramid. The fortunate rockers were even allowed to spend a night in the King's Chamber. While inside the King's Chamber, the zoned-out musical vagabonds recorded themselves singing and were afterward astonished by the acoustics produced. 18. The ancient village of Abu Sir, where Hakim grew up, is a place where the specter of ancient priests and priestesses training as high-level initiates can easily be imagined. Just as we have monks, nuns, and priests nowadays, the ancients trained initiates in ritual practices that served the highest good of humankind. Hakim's teachings followed this tradition, and his knowledge of the pyramids was vast. The pyramid field at Abu Sir has black granite floors, 19. Similarly, the temple to the east of the Great Pyramid also has the same kind of beautiful black floor. There are also massive red granite blocks, perfectly cut and situated all over, not to mention rows of mighty granite pillars. It appears that Abu Sir played a role in relation to the stars, as its layout is directly linked to the star system Pleiades. 20 corresponding exactly with the 7 stars are the 7 sun temples found in the Abu Sir pyramid complex. The Pleiades also provide clues to where to look concerning possible interstellar starseed contact. This is a topic we will discuss at length in future chapters. Saqqara is home to the famous Step Pyramid of Djoser, which is flanked by large chunks of quartz crystals and an ancient courtyard with a quartz floor. The remains of a quartz floor can also be found at Giza in the temple to the east of the second pyramid. Traditional Egyptology tells us that Sneferu built the entire site. 21 at Dashur, for example, there are 3 pyramids with 3 burial chambers in each, 9 in all. Assuming that the established story that the pyramids or tombs were correct, why would Sneferu have needed so many of them? Sneferu would have had 9 different possibilities and options for where he would have been buried, which makes no sense. But if we set aside the notion that these pyramid sites along the Band of Peace were tombs, a more sensible, uplifting, and appropriate explanation emerges. Let's consider an explanation based on visible evidence of their construction. The pyramids would be impossible for us to duplicate, even with today's tools and materials. The chambers in the pyramids are harmonically tuned to a specific frequency or musical tone. It has been documented that sound healing techniques can restore the body to the correct harmony, meaning that these pyramid cavities could be used for healing. These theories dovetail with the claims of Raymond Rife, an early 20th century scientist and inventor. Rife proved that by using harmonic frequencies, cancer-causing agents can be destroyed by locating the unique frequency of that agent.
All right, so in my opinion, from the little that I do know, because again, I'm reteaching myself. I'm relearning with you guys. This is why I'm teaching myself physics and science over. This is why I feel the need, and I appreciate Khan Academy right now, because it's a learn at your own pace, but also I like the way Khan is teaching, right? I think if I understood, I could probably teach a little bit better, but that's not to slight Khan. Let's not be disrespectful. However, the little bit that I did learn about our anatomy and how much electricity is involved in our existence, I start to get it. So it kind of does make sense. It could be conspiracy that there's so much rubber at the bottom of our shoes. That could be a conspiracy. However, after learning about your anatomy, you realize the rubber doesn't help, right? So whether it was done purposely or not, the rubber doesn't help. And us being novice and really coming into this information for the first time, many of us, it clicks and like, yo, I get it. A comfortable walking shoe. But at the same time, you have to know what we know now. Because we knew this. But what we do understand is that the electromagnetic energy would flow more freely through our body without the extra unnecessary insulation. I've been seeing a lot of different fashion designers, and I can't say a lot of, seen probably one, and one guy from my town. I haven't spoken to him in years, maybe over 30 years. I haven't spoken to the guy. However, I see him on Instagram, and he is actually implementing copper in his I think he started designing a sneaker with copper. Now we're talking. There's a lot. I think they're trying to suppress a lot of information they just don't want us to catch on to. They teach it, but then it's like they teach it within a glimpse, they move on to something else. Right? Just so they say, yo, we taught it to you. But they're not enough for you to sit on the ideas of what you're learning so that you may eventually pull a Nikola Tesla and figure out how to create electricity yourself, which we are all almost there, right? Because this is another reason I feel like this is the age of Aquarius, because the age of Aquarius promises that there would be a flood of information. Well, this feels like a flood of information, and I feel grateful to be alive at this time, because it's like so much information coming in, all the things that I wanted to know. I'm pretty sure there was people who died before me. They wanted to know that they felt like something wasn't right. And I'm not saying I know everything, but I've definitely found out some things that, okay, we got to the bottom of that. And I don't think we were going to find out in a different time dispensation. Let's continue on with the book.
22. Because his discoveries were not profitable for the pharmaceutical and medical industrial complexes, his work was suppressed. Unfortunately for humankind, Rife is a forgotten man, but his amazing research validates what the ancient Egyptians seemed to know about healing thousands of years ago. Another outstanding feature of the Saqqara complex is the famous bent pyramid. This intriguing structure has 2 angles and the best preserved limestone outer sheath of any pyramid in Egypt. 23. The casings of the other pyramids were looted by later generations, who took the materials to build their own temples. The official line about this curious oddity among traditional Egyptologists is that the Egyptians were practicing building pyramids, and they started building at one angle and changed their minds partway through. Indigenous wisdom keeper Hakim makes sense of the situation by explaining, now, when you come to the word Sneferu, Sina means double, and Nefer is harmony, so it is double harmony. It is not a name of a person, but it is the energy we get from these constructions. 24. Hakim believes the chambers in the pyramids were harmonically tuned to different frequencies or musical tones, and teaches the bent pyramid has 2 chambers for 2 different sounds. 25. Each chamber in each pyramid, then, could be exemplifying sound technology with distinctive tones, creating huge fields of harmonic resonance capable of reaching far distances. At Dashur, we have the red pyramid, the black pyramid, and the bent pyramid, each of which is covered in white Tura limestone, red, white, and black. The second pyramid...
I wanted y'all to see this right here. I wanted y'all to get a picture of that. And that is the drilled hole. Now, you take a look at that. He already spoke about this, by the way. So if you're coming on now, then you probably don't understand what we've been talking about. But this was the drilled inside of the crystal at the Abu Ghurab. I don't know. That looks perfect. I don't know what they used. And if you want to say primitive people did it, I'm not saying the primitive people couldn't have done that and gotten in there and then sanded it perfect like that. But yeah.
Still glimmers red, and the third pyramid has remnants of black stones. These outer casings covered the entire surface of the pyramids. The stone construction we see today is the inner structure of the monuments. The sight of these pyramids at the height of their splendor must have been breathtaking. With respect to the odd-shaped and crumbled black pyramid, Egyptologists say that the pyramid builders were experimenting and they miscalculated, so the pyramid broke apart. Another pyramid with similar construction 100 kilometers south of the Band of Peace is known as the Maiden Pyramid. Figure 2.10 Maiden Pyramid, courtesy of John Bodsworth. Known in Arabic as the False Pyramid, the Maiden Pyramid 26 is instantly recognizable as being odd. Near the pyramid is a mastaba belonging to an unknown noble. A mastaba is a type of ancient Egyptian stone tomb. Following a narrow tunnel deep in this particular mastaba leads to a more spacious opening, where we find what the Egyptologists claim is the world's oldest red granite sarcophagus. No official further explorations have been documented. Examining the desert grounds outside the pyramid, one can see specks of black decorating the sand surrounding the entire area, like glittering bits that survived an ancient catastrophe. The ground is coated with black-colored flints. A closer inspection shows them to be blackened on the top, but when they are flipped over, the bottom is a different color. Maidum is not the only place that looks as though it had withstood an explosion. There is a giant crack in the solid stone of the Red Pyramid, 27. It would have taken a huge force to crack the solid rock. There is also a crack in the subterranean chamber of the Great Pyramid, and there is another one in the Grand Gallery, near the entrance to the King's Chamber, as well as chemical burns staining the walls in the Red Pyramid. 28 old photos of the king's chamber in the Great Pyramid show the stone black, but after the room was cleaned and restored, the walls are now pink granite. The granite sarcophagus has a broken corner, and the wall next to it has a giant crack. There is evidence that a great force or explosion occurred there. Is the Department of Antiquities erasing evidence under the guise of restoration? Our history of Egypt comes to us from Herodotus, a Greek historian in the 5th century BCE. He wrote from his perspective with help from local people, and we have been repeating his story ever since. 29 for Egyptology to survive the surge of irrefutable evidence that describes the potent and advanced technology at play in ancient times. Egyptologists must hitch their wagon to the more sensible and accurate theories that have been progressively proposed over the last 50 years. For thousands of years, the pyramids and the Sphinx stood as sentinels in the open desert. Yet in the last couple of years, a 20-mile wall, 14 feet high, has been installed around the enormous site of the Giza Plateau. Visitors to the famous Pyramids of Giza will find about 100 armed guards patrolling the pyramids at night, and applications to conduct academic research on site, while appearing to be initially considered, are almost all routinely refused. Unlike in times past, tourists are now being restricted from taking photographs in the Egyptian Museum. The monuments of Egypt are World Heritage Sites. Access for legitimate scientific researchers is being systematically restricted. This indicates that there is something they do not wish the public to know. Much of ancient Egypt remains undiscovered, but new findings are being made thanks to advancements in satellite and infrared camera technology. In a BBC program aired on May 24, 2011, journalist Francis Cronin notes, 17 lost pyramids are among the buildings identified in a new satellite survey of Egypt, along with more than 1,000 tombs and 3,000 ancient settlements. The work has been pioneered at the University of Alabama at Birmingham by U.S. Egyptologist Dr. Sarah Parkak. The team analyzed images from satellites orbiting 700 kilometers above the Earth, equipped with cameras so powerful they can pinpoint objects less than 1 meter in diameter on the Earth's surface. Infrared imaging is used to highlight different materials under the surface. 30 of these satellite images show traces of buried structures that may never be excavated. In the name of protecting sacred sites, Egyptian authorities are preventing the world from learning the truth about our ancient past. Despite strict regulations on what kind of research is allowed, there is still an extraordinary amount of evidence that shows that the ancient Egyptians had sophisticated knowledge that has been lost. We do not have the technology to build the pyramids now, not even close. Ours is not the most evolved civilization humanity has ever produced. And that is one of the blinders that has stopped us from imagining that the ancients could have been far smarter than we are. Another controversial object that Egyptologists reject as coming from ancient times is the artifact commonly known as the Baghdad Battery, which generates a mild electrical charge. 31 similar ancient artifacts have been found in other areas of Egypt, and it would appear that the Egyptians documented the existence of these artifacts as well. Recreations of these objects have been made and have successfully generated electric current. During the past 20 years, physicists have been researching subtle energy, which is believed to be a universal life force running within and between all things. Though this study is lambasted as being esoteric, these pioneering physicists have made major breakthroughs in our understanding of this mysterious form of energy. One of the champions of subtle energy is Dr. Claude A. Swanson, who graduated from Princeton University and trained at MIT. With a PhD in physics, Swanson has been studying this phenomenon intensely and believes that in the last 20 years of research, a lot of experiments have been done showing that there's a certain type of energy that's unknown to our current science.
Now, I just want to take a stop and break there to bring this to your attention. It's called Odell's Electric Library. I know you would appreciate this if you don't have it already. Let's see if I can just download this bad boy right now before they... You know how they give it up. They sit over here, they watch my show, they wait for me to tell you something, and then they snatch it off the internet. So, if I was you, I would go get it right now. Go get it right now. And believe it or not, me and my daughter, we do go to the hobby shop a lot of times, and we do some of these experiments, right? I'm going to save this. I just don't want you guys to be looking all in my business, all in my files. So we'll save this bad boy right here. Yeah, I purchased magnets, and we try little things in the house, you understand? But we don't know, to be honest with you, we don't know if we're going to need it. You guys see what's going on just like I see. We know or we feel they could be playing around with that weather machine, right? All type of strange places right now are getting tornadoes. They just had a tornado watch right now in New York, Manhattan. Oh God. So I don't think you want to wait, right? I think, to be honest with you, don't feel ashamed for not knowing this stuff, or like, yo, you should have been new. No, I think many of us the knowledge was suppressed for many of us, and then some of us, maybe it wasn't suppressed and we wasn't paying attention. Either way, I'm trying to close this window. It's always hard to close this window. Most of us are at the age where we would appreciate truly understanding how to create a circuit. And the book that I'm putting you on to right now tells you not just how to do it, but an understanding of it, right? And they have Ordell's carpentry. But you can't find these type of books anywhere. So that's why I'm putting you guys on to it. Alright, let's get back into it.
Known as ley lines, these invisible energy fields can be found crisscrossing the entire world. Temples were built in certain areas where ley lines intersect, and only kings or royals could be buried on such lines. 32 ley lines are believed to be energy currents that invisibly surround the earth. Certain types of rocks, such as granite and crystals, are used to channel these energies, creating natural energy fields. First mentioned in 1870 by William Henry Black, during a speech given to the British Archaeological Association in Hereford, England, they were made famous in the 1920s by the writer Alfred Watkins, who published some of the first paranormal books ever written. See Plate 8. 33. His book, The Old Straight Track, 1925, remains the Bible of ley line enthusiasts who, while not supported by archaeologists, have continued to demonstrate the existence and significance of these alignments up to the present day. As a photographer, Watkins was responsible for the important invention of the B-meter to measure the intensity of light, one of which was used by Captain H.G. Ponting Scott's photographer in the Antarctic. Since Watkins' time, ley lines have entered pop culture as a prominent theme in books, television, and role-playing games the world over. Ley lines seem to be activated by certain types of geology. This might explain why massive granite stones are prominent at Giza, as well as other areas of the ancient world. The possibility that the pyramids hold clues to ancient electricity became more evident with the discovery of crude, red-colored diagrams that clearly detail electrical devices and cables. 34, the builders of ancient Egypt designed these structures and built them in such a way as to further concentrate.
Now, sometimes you run across a situation like this where the book is up there, but there's no access to the book, and you ask yourself why. Doesn't matter. We'll get it.
The naturally occurring subtle energies. The cores of the pyramids found at Giza are made out of a type of limestone called dolomite, perfect for conducting electricity because of its high magnesium content. But the outer limestone that sheathed the pyramid completely in its day is the white Tura limestone, which has almost zero magnesium content and is a much poorer conductor of electricity. It's intriguing that these outer stones are joined so precisely that all these thousands of years later, it is impossible to get a razor blade between them. Basically, what we have is a highly electrically conductive core wrapped in what is a very effective insulator. With a little help from the granite found in the passageways, the pyramid could become radioactive and ionize or electrify the air. This explains the copious amount of granite found at Giza. The outer stones, then, were used to interact with the pyramids, turning them into powerful electrically charged machines. Invisible, subtle energy surrounds us all the time and is measurable by science. Even to the completely untrained mind, occurrences in our natural environment support the existence of a unifying energy. Not visible to the naked eye that we are aware of, so-called orbs are often captured in photographs. They are written off as dust or other particles in the air, but that does not change the fact that they seem to occur more often in particular places and at particular times. We do not know what orbs are, but my personal guess is that they're balls of ionized or electrified air that tend to cling together. A good analogy would be ball lightning, where it is simply so electrified that the molecules are excited enough to glow. Nikola Tesla was certain that there is a ubiquitous form of naturally occurring energy on the planet. He discovered that the sun ionizes electricity present in the ionosphere. He also created ways to harness those energies. Tesla wanted to capture this natural energy and make it available free to the public. Unfortunately, Thomas Edison, who had registered more than 1,000 patents and whose work was sponsored by the powerful banking system, endeavored to produce and distribute electricity by creating a regulated monopoly for profit. Between 1901 and 1917, the Tesla Tower was built on Long Island, New York, as a wireless broadcasting system for telephone and electrical signals. Interestingly, it was constructed on an aquifer with descending passageways and tunnels beneath it. At the time, few understood how it worked. J.P. Morgan, who seemed to have taken an interest in Tesla's work until the first experiment using the tower, dropped further funding. So even though many saw Tesla's genius, he was still driven into obscurity, where he starved to death alone and penniless. 35. The possibility of creating free wireless energy has always existed on our planet and still exists today. The idea that we have to rely solely on fossil fuel-based energies is an old, outdated one, designed to benefit a small, concentrated group of individuals. The energy we use now is generated by combustion and is non-renewable. Called explosion energy, it produces exhaust and pollution, scars the earth, and decimates our environment. It is a characteristic of a dark age, as is our collective acceptance of these methods as proper. By contrast, implosion energy, 36 like that generated by solar panels and wind power, is clean, renewable, and very simple to produce. All you need are tunnels, running water, and beams from the sun. Figure 2.12. Nikola Tesla on the cover of Time Magazine 18, Issue 3, July 20th, 1931. In addition to the limestone aquifers underneath the pyramids, there is evidence of a network of human-made tunnels. If the pyramid fields of the band of...
I mean, I'm just giving us time to like really take in what he's really putting down right now. But it's amazing because this is my first time hearing the book, and I'm saying the same thing 2 days ago that this guy is saying now. We could have moved on from the energy sources that we're currently using. Now, here's the thing. Let me make sure My audio is good. Yeah. Here's the thing. If we don't prepare now, we have to take into consideration how long it would actually take us to get off of this energy onto something else. And that's why all of these ridiculous antics are taking place, i.e., we take 7 Navy SEALs and we go down and kidnap somebody's president. Okay, it worked. But that was Venezuela, right? And you got gassed up and you thought that was actually going to work with Iran. Knock it off, bro. Knock it off. Because of some greedy families, some greedy entities who want to remain, it's kind of like, yo, if it's not broke, why are we fixing it? Let's just, but it's going to backfire on everybody, mainly us. So, in the Sumerian tablets, they wrote about a people just like you and I, who used to work all the time. And then they complain. They were called the Ajiji. And they complain like, yo, you're working us too much, right? Like, do something else to create something else that would take this burden off of us. So, allegedly, they created a lesser humanoid who could have been us. But we're in the same situation is my point, right? Not that me and you was begging for, hey, you working us to the bone, but it do seem like we work a lot and we don't get paid enough, right? And then some people, they don't do as much, nearly as much physical work as other people. And their pay is astronomically more, right? So whereas you fighting to get a little $90,000, these people is they not even accepting an interview unless it's starting at 175 and up, right? And I'm gonna be honest with you, it wasn't all doctors, right? At one point in time, I'm not sure if you guys know what AWS is or Azure, but a lot of these people that were able to run and knew about these softwares, they were getting paid that amount. It was hard to. Those are the jobs you got to do like 9 interviews for, right? Those are the jobs I was telling you. I go into a place and I got to meet with the whole goddamn building just to get this job. And I really hate that type of stuff, right? Because I'm not good at corporate bureaucratic culture. I'm horrible at it. Horrible. And they like it like that for a reason. This is why I also already believe that there are different, what we would call aliens, already amongst us, already incorporated into our society. They know the tolerance level of other entities, and they want to weed us out. In a second, we're going to listen to the other book I showed you guys, and this is going to give he goes into galactic history way more. I'm going to let that rock out for you guys, but this is my first time hearing this book with you, and I created it for you, but I couldn't share the link with you yet. Don't worry, I'll figure out how to do that and share the whole book with you. I will. But when I created the book, for some reason it didn't let me create a link. So let me figure that out. I don't know if I got to pay some more tokens or whatever the case may be. I'll figure it out. But I want to listen to this a little bit more as I eat my birthday cake, if you don't mind. If you don't mind.
Peace and the network of underground tunnels are still there, they do not generate energy the way they used to, as little as 100 years ago. Most likely, this is due to the extreme age and subsequent damage to the monuments. Looking again at the quartz objects found throughout the Band of Peace, it is clear that at least one of their ancient roles was to provide crucial energy on a grand scale. Today, quartz crystal is used as the basis of all kinds of modern technology. It is most commonly used in crystal oscillators. Technological devices use oscillating frequencies from tiny quartz crystals that vibrate at specific speeds with a signature vibration for each device. AM/FM radios, CDs and DVDs, computer processors, and Ethernet rely on quartz crystals. It appears that the ancients were tapping into this technology and using it on a much larger scale in a way we can only begin to imagine.
Now you see why I get so upset with my people being so concerned about trivial things. I get so upset. It's not that I don't think people get it, right? Oh, you a nerd. No, it's not about that, bro. They literally did some type of behavioral engineering experiment on us. It definitely worked. But it seems like the information that would set us free, we are not concerned with in the least of it, right? And it is repulsive to us. That is the thing that pisses me off. It's like, yo, the information is there, right? But you can't do it alone. But if us as a culture, if we just said, yo, F what y'all talking about, we don't want to give you our toxicity no more. I think they onto something over here. Like if we put our energy into this collectively, yo, I think we would be free in no time flat. Everybody take a subject. Yo, you take this, you take that. I'm gonna study this. Yo, this is what I found out. We can actually create energy. Screw what they talking about. I learned how to light up my whole backyard with no wires at all. Yo, I found out this right here. This boom, 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 boom. Yo, we be free. Then they're gonna be upset. But what has been happening is every time somebody comes and they find out something, they tell everybody, right? Everybody, not just in their group. Everybody, yo, figured out how to do this. Then they try to patent it. There's a young black kid out right now. He learned how to make gasoline out of plastic. He purposely is not patenting nothing. He said. Let me see if I can pull him up. He said he's not going to do it because at that point they're going to try to kill him. He knows that. They already was, I think they was chasing him. Let me see. Black kid who makes fuel out of plastic. Let's see if they bring him up. They may not. There he goes. 21 Atlanta inventor. Here you go. He's from Atlanta.
I've created my own gas station that makes fuel from plastic waste.
He knew something was wrong and then he vanished. Imagine claiming to have built a machine that can turn plastic waste into usable fuel.
I don't think he's dead. I think this is cap. I seen him on Instagram. He's just in the cut, right? Because I think they are on his body. So they are on his body. So he's not making it known where he is at all the time.
That's Julian Brown's story. Millions of people watched his videos, and he quickly became a viral sensation. But then, right as the attention reached its peak, something changed. Julian made a cryptic final post and disappeared from the scene entirely without any explanation.
I can't go into too much detail, but there is some very, very odd stuff going on. I'm certainly under attack.
What really happened to him? And why did a homemade machine suddenly seem like a problem? Let's get to the bottom of this strange story.
Now, Huey says pastoline is a terrible idea. I don't think it's about that, Huey. You understand? I think it's about, again, us collectively understanding science enough to even make that conversion, right? It could be a terrible idea, but how many people even know how to do that? Let's keep it 1,000. One second. Hello. So my point in really showing this is it gives a different side. It gives a different narrative to a young black boy with dreads. Huh? He's a scientist. We need that perception. And he's a threat. So he didn't say it was the cleanest. Well, let me tell you something right now. You know how many people wouldn't give a shit anyway, Huey? They would be like, yo, how much do I gotta pay? I drive a Lincoln Navigator. How much do I have to pay? Oh, nothing. I can just show you how to do this. Or just give me 150 and just take this machine. And then you just make your own fuel. A lot of people would buy that. So I understand why these people are chasing him around the United States looking to kill him. We all get it. But again, it goes back to our theory that we was being suppressed in the first place. So here it is. We don't even need that fuel for these vehicles. That's just how they create them. Let's keep going though.
There are many theories as to what the pyramids could have been used for. Most of these theories
Why did a
revolve around
homemade
destruction
machine
and war
suddenly seem
machines.
like a problem?
There is proof of an ancient, powerful, destructive force, as indicated by the cracks in stones and blackened shards spread through the desert. Could such an explosion have occurred during the decline into the Silver Age, when the original knowledge had already been lost? Were the ancient Egyptians experimenting with this energy long after the original providers of this wisdom had vanished? Were the original engineers of the pyramids from an Earth-like planet somewhere in the realms of Orion's belt? On one hand, we have evidence of a principled civilization attuned to the naturally occurring healing properties of vibrating sounds and a high degree of scientific and mathematical understanding. On the other hand, we have gigantic structures with harmonic cavities, presumably designed to generate energy. It is not beyond the realm of possibility to conclude that the Giza Plateau was a broadcast facility, transmitting a renewable form of energy throughout the planet. Following through on this thesis, we might posit that over time, the pyramids ceased to fulfill their original purpose, as natural and human-made catastrophes around the world damaged and decommissioned these sites. But according to this hypothesis, the ancient pyramids were essentially machines that emitted grand-scale signals, perhaps even capable of reaching similar frequencies in deep space, to other key points in other areas of the world. The energy that was transmitted and shared was presumably intended to keep us at an enhanced state of expanding consciousness before our descent into the Dark Ages.
Yeah.
However ingenious the ancients were, they knew Mother Nature would always have the last word, and over time the true intention of the pyramids has been obscured. Eventually, wisdom keepers created mystery schools that preserved what was remembered of this ancient knowledge.
Right.
But the strong, unyielding arm of religion deemed them satanic, so they went underground, later to be misunderstood and manipulated by unscrupulous religious leaders,
Right.
determined to be the rulers of us all.
Right.
From pre-dynastic to dynastic times, the ancients maintained a deep reverence for nature. They were astonishingly creative and artistic. From clues left on temple walls, it is clear that our Egyptian ancestors accessed altered states of consciousness. Their primary concern was how we arrive on Earth and what happens when we leave our earthly bodies. They described everything bodily in terms of biology and everything spiritual in terms of cosmology. Our human ancestors, empowered by the full capacity of their senses, left clues embedded in symbols that have multiple layers of meaning. The capacity of advanced humans in a golden age must have seemed godlike, Beyond that, no conclusion other than this seems plausible. In the far reaches of time, humans were not alone on planet Earth.
All right, I'm going to stop there for that right now, because I want to move on to a different book. Only got a little bit of time here with my daughter. Got to bring her back to college. All right. Now, I promised you I would start playing. And I know Kush was here, but Kush left. Because I tried to send him a message, so I know he left. But it was Pretty Divine that asked me for this book. And then they both left. So I want to, I might just text them and let them know. Because I wasn't giving it to anybody. Hold on. So let's start playing this book. I think I like to start at, I think it's 8. Oh, it's the Genesis. Ooh. Let me show you guys what's going on here. Let me show you the chapters I'm dealing with here. We got the Lion Diaspora. I like that. Yeah, I might start there today. The Lion Diaspora, so you can understand what's going on. However, what I've never played for you guys is the older history. When we're going back to the Wolfen Empire and all. I've never played that because that stuff to me was too sci-fi. I was like, nah, we're not doing that. Let's start at Star Wars. I think that's a great place to start. And it mentions a lot of different star seeds in there. So let's just go there. However, I do want to kind of start at the Death Star. I'm not going to hold you. Let me start at the Death Star and see what happens.
Yeah.
Heads up, I hate this guy's voice, but I don't have a way to change it right now. I do have a way to change it using a different software, but not right now.
The Armada of the Alliance was awesome. The combination of the asteroid ships of the RRR and the huge ships of the Queen's SSS Armada, some as big as planetoids, created a fleet that was truly invincible. The Queen's ships displayed amazing technology. They could travel anywhere, either in physical three-dimensional space or in virtual, seemingly empty space. The latter is really the space-time, or the etheric realm. Morning Sky refers to the former as real space, and to the latter as universal space.
I can't do it. It's his voice. If it was another guy, I could do it. We're going to start somewhere else. By the way, I spoke to Morning Sky. He wasn't digging my page. Morning Sky's an old Native American chief with this information. But when he came over to check out my page to see if he was going to do the interview with me or not, I was doing this parody where I was dressed up in army fatigue and I had the gun, and he looked at that and he was basically saying my energy wasn't right, and he declines. And I was like, well, I respect it, but I think you're making a wrong decision. That was just a joke. It didn't matter. You know, old stubborn men. Let's start at Star Wars. Star Wars.
Chapter 6: Star Wars. The history of reptilian habitation on planet Earth is long, convoluted, and complicated. Only a very few researchers and writers have tackled this remote subject, basing their information on a variety of obscure sources, much of it from paranormal investigations. Literary research alone cannot give us this information, but when reports from abductees, ETs themselves, and people who have had actual first-hand experiences are added into the mix, the real story begins to emerge. Of all the researchers and writers best known for this project, 4 stand out by reason of channeled information, ET contacts, and/or interviews with experiencers and shamans or inheritors of tribal wisdom passed down for countless generations. In this category are David Icke, Alex Collier, Wes Penray, and Bruce Allen DeWalton, better known as Branton. But only one person emerges whose knowledge is almost completely based on personal experience. Stuart Swerdlow has led an amazing, one could even say unreal life.
Sorry. He's saying the names that you guys should know, right? So all of these names, Stuart Swerdlow. Stuart Swerdlow was actually a participant in the a lot of government experiments. So you want that name. If you missed yesterday's show, we spoke about, dang it, hold on, remote viewing, remote viewing. So you want to write that down and then look up, because you can't look up the curriculum for psychic ability. You're going to get a whole bunch of nonsense. But if you look up how to learn remote viewing, it's the same thing as psychic ability. However, it's a curriculum set up by the government. They've already tested this, put millions of dollars into it, and admitted that it works. So if you are interested in enhancing your psychic abilities, it's called remote viewing. Stuart Swerdlow, I think he did have remote viewing. He had psychic ability. Who else? I said Morning Sky. You can look him up. And again, the author's name, Lynn Caston. I found out about him because he was on Gaia, right? But he was on somebody's podcast, and then they took down Lynn's podcast. So out of all the stuff the dude had up there, they only took down Lynn's part, and I couldn't find this guy's name. And I was like, yo, why would they only take his stuff down? And then it led me on a wild goose chase. It wasn't that wild, because I found out after a while who he was. I found out the books he wrote and what he was, because he spoke about it as if he had a knowledge of what was really going on. I was like, I need to talk to this guy, but I didn't know his name. But I got it. Lynn Caston, Alien World Order.
More properly told as a sci-fi movie than a description in a book, refer to Appendix B. It seemed to me that the best way to approach telling this story is to rely primarily on Swerdlow and to fill in supplementary or complementary information from the other writers to round it out. Swerdlow's most comprehensive, detailed treatment of this subject can be found in his book True World History, Humanity's Saga, published in 2014. As of this writing, this book is available on Amazon.com. In the preface to his previous book, Blue Blood, True Blood, Swerdlow dives right into controversy. He says, quote, "As far as the history of this planet is concerned, you can consider that everything you ever learned is a complete lie. all history and science books are rewritten to accommodate the agenda of the controllers of this planet. My information comes from my Montauk Project indoctrinations, experiences, conversations with scientists involved in Illuminati programs, communications with alien and interdimensional beings whom I met at various government projects, and through the probing of my own oversoul.
Now, I believe at one point in time, you would hear that and you'd be like, oh, that sounds like crazy business. But if you're listening to the government since, I don't know, 2019, when the Pentagon admitted that there is some existence of some type of UAP, they talk in riddles, so they don't want to come out and just say it. However, we can see where this is going. So that's why I said at the beginning of my program, when you watch my channel, if you decide to subscribe, you're going to be ahead of the game. By the time they finally admit, you'll be like, yeah, whatever, I didn't even wait on you, right? So check this out. I'll tell you what you should have told me. How about that, right? Because there were people that were blowing the whistle the entire time, but you were suppressing them, you were killing them, you were doing different things. So we're already educated. Thank you, but you are a day late and $1,800 short. Thank you.
End quote. Swerdlow's history of the Earth is rather fantastic, and is bound to be controversial, especially as regards the age of the dinosaurs. Swerdlow claims that they appeared here about 1 million years ago. Radiometric dating of the earliest rock formations containing dinosaur fossils is said to establish the fossils as 230 million years old. It is believed that the dinosaurs all became suddenly extinct 65 million years ago. This is a case of paleontology versus Montauk Project anthropology. Various accepted dating techniques are not infallible and have been shown to be in error on several occasions. It does seem difficult to believe that these creatures roamed the planet undisturbed for 165 million years, long before humans appeared. And yet recent discoveries show human footprints side by side with dinosaur tracks. Footnote: dinosaur and human footprints side by side were unearthed at the Dinosaur State Park on the Paluxy River near Glen Rose, Texas. End footnote. There has not been even a smidgen of evidence about the evolution of dinosaurs. There were no animals that we know of that could have possibly preceded and evolved into those gargantuan creatures. But when we are told by Swerdlow that the reptilians brought their own animals with them to this planet, suddenly it all makes sense. And, as will be heard, Swerdlow offers at least a believable reason for their abrupt disappearance, while paleontology has no explanation. The rulers of the galaxy? Right at the outset, Swerdlow's information tosses out such revered and hallowed anthropological authorities as Charles Darwin and Alfred Russel Wallace. The Darwinian theory of evolution has no place whatever in this story. The celebrated voyage of the HMS Beagle can now be viewed as simply an adventurous pleasure cruise by a bored English intellectual, and Darwin's vaunted hypothesis as so much unproven speculation squeezed into a theoretical framework. To this day, although accepted by scientists, it remains only a theory, now being intelligently challenged by the intelligent design advocates. Swerdlow's version of prehistoric cosmology begins about 10 to 12 million years ago, Earth time. At that time, the reptilians inhabited the Draco star system, which consisted of numerous planets. From Earth, the stars in Draco undulate through the heavens, describing a snake-like path in the northern sky, ending up between the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, and are considered to be in Ursa Major. The best-known member of the constellation is the bright blue-white star Alpha Draconis, or Thuban, which means head of the dragon. Thuban was the northern pole star around 3000 BCE, and is widely believed to be the home star of the Draco reptilians, although there are 18 other major stars with planets in the Draco system. The Draco are allied with the reptilians in Orion and Rigel, forming the Draco-Orionite Empire, and with the Syrian Wolfen kingdoms. They are an aggressive, warlike, tyrannical species not at all interested in peaceful coexistence, but only in the domination and enslavement of other civilizations. They have had space travel technology from their earliest days, and have roamed the galaxy, easily conquering the less developed races they have encountered. Swerdlow says that it is not known how any civilizations came to this galaxy. He speculates that they might have all come from a parallel universe, or another dimension, but it is known that the reptilians were the first to arrive. That seniority, they believe, entitles them to whatever galactic real estate they want. Also, their DNA does not change. It has remained the same since they first appeared. This, they believe, indicates that they are already perfect and do not need to improve genetically. These beliefs further bolster their connection that they were destined to rule the galaxy. If that is not enough, they can always invoke the might makes right philosophy to justify their conquests, for they are a race of mighty warriors. The Lyran diaspora. The humanoids in this galaxy were, at that time, concentrated in the Lyran star system, where they had established peaceful and advanced agricultural communities on several planets. And they traded with each other. The Lyran star cluster was the home base for humans in this galaxy. Swerdlow tells us that the Lyrans were 7 to 8 feet tall and primarily blonde and blue-eyed. When the Draco-Orionites became aware of the Lyrans, they pretended friendship while they took stock of the riches of their empire. This was the first contact between reptilians and humans in this galaxy. In his book, Defending Sacred Ground, Andromedan contactee Alex Collier describes that first contact. Quote, I want to talk to you about Lyrae and how the human race colonized our galaxy. Based on the age of the suns and the planets in our galaxy, it was decided that the human life form was to be created in the Lyran system. The human race lived there for approximately 40 million years, evolving. The orientation of the human race in Lyra was agricultural in nature. Apparently, we were very plentiful and abundant, and lived in peace. Then one day, a huge craft appeared in the sky. A large ship came out of the huge craft and approached the planet Bila, and reptilians from Alpha Draconis disembarked. Apparently, the Alpha Draconians and the Lyrans were afraid of each other. I told you before that the Alpha Draconians were apparently the first race in our galaxy to have interstellar space travel, and have had this capability for 4 billion years. Well, when the Draconians came and saw Bila, with all its abundance in food and natural resources, the Draconians wanted to control it. There was apparently a miscommunication or misunderstanding between the Draconians and Lyran humans. The Lyrans wanted to know more about the Draconians before some kind of assistance was offered. The Draconians mistook the communication as a refusal and subsequently destroyed 3 out of 14 planets in the Lyran system. The Lyrans were basically defenseless. The planets Bila, Tika, and Marok were destroyed. Over 50 million Lyran humans were killed. It is at this point in history that the Draconians began to look at humans as a food source. This is how old the struggle is between the reptilian and human races. End quote. As noted in the introduction, after the Draco destroyed 3 planets, the Lyrans fled to other star systems. Swerdlow says that the fleeing Lyrans founded 110 colonies in other star systems. Alex Collier says in Defending Sacred Ground, as the human race fragmented, the races moved, traveled, and settled many different planets in many systems as space travel evolved. The human became aware of other planetary civilizations in these systems. Different cultures met and grew. Belief systems clashed or spread. New thoughts of philosophy or technologies came into being. Mankind was evolving. A very strong social community developed between all in from the Lyra system. This community became the Galactic Federation of Light. When the Lyran refugees came to our solar system, they colonized 2 planets, Mars and Maldek. According to the Swerdlowian cosmology, at that time, Earth was the second planet from the Sun, and Venus did not exist. Consequently, Mars was third in line, and Maldek was fourth. Maldek was a very large planet with a highly livable atmosphere and was perfect for human habitation, as was Mars. The Martian atmosphere was also ideal, and there was plenty of oceanic water, as on Earth. Swerdlow says that Mars had seasons then, so we must assume that the axis tilt was comparable to that of present-day Earth. On the other hand, Earth was then a water planet, completely covered by one huge ocean. Footnote: we now know that there are many water planets in the galaxy. Our astronomers have positively identified one such planet, named Gliese 581c. End footnote. Even the atmosphere was dense water vapor, compared to only about 1% today, so it was not breathable. In addition, in that period, Uranus was farther out than Neptune, and Pluto did not exist. We are told that the Lyran humans lived peacefully on Mars and Maldek for many millennia, and no doubt visited and traded with each other, since they both had spacefaring technology. The Ice Comet Attack. In their galactic travels, ever on the lookout for new worlds to conquer, the Draco eventually discovered the Lyran habitations on Mars and Maldek. Still considering humans as their enemies, the Draco designed a plan of attack. They had evolved an amazing technology for use in their Star Wars. They were able to hollow out ice comets and meteors. They created small black holes to pull the comets under directional control, and so were able to use them as weapons. They launched a large ice comet at the solar system. As it passed Uranus, it caused the planet to flip on its side so that it now rotates horizontally, with its axis tilt at 98 degrees. Footnote: this means that the poles are now parallel to the plane of the solar system, whereas with Earth and the other planets, the poles are perpendicular to the plane of the solar system. So the planet doesn't rotate left to right like Earth. It rotates up to down. For 42 of its years, the South Pole directly faces the Sun, and for 42 years, the North Pole faces the Sun. End footnote. According to an article by Andrew Fazekas, published in the National Geographic News on October 11, 2011, the widely accepted theory for how Uranus got knocked over is that a rogue Earth-sized planet slammed into the ice giant billions of years ago. That lost world was most likely destroyed on impact, but the 27 known moons of Uranus still rotate around its equator. Zechariah Sitchin explains it this way. In simpler words, it means that in all probability, the moons in question of Uranus were created as a result of the collision that knocked Uranus on its side. In press conferences, the NASA scientists were more explicit. A collision with something the size of Earth, traveling at about 40,000 miles per hour, could have done it, they said. According to Gene Moscali, JD, on the website scienceiq.com, scientists are split as to why Uranus rotates horizontally. A popular theory is that Uranus collided with a large planetary body in the early solar system that, in effect, knocked it on its side. The comet then passed very close to Maldek, which created enormous electromagnetic stress on the planet and caused it to explode. Many of the Maldekians had already taken refuge on Mars as they saw the comet approaching. But most of the inhabitants of Maldek were wiped out. Fragments of the destroyed planet created the asteroid belt. Some of the fragments were captured by the strong magnetic poles of the gas giants Saturn and Jupiter and became moons of those planets. As the comet passed close to Mars, it wreaked havoc with the planet's magnetic field, which had the effect of stripping off some of the atmosphere and vaporizing the oceans. Footnote: in the film Total Recall, 1990, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger and based on a short story by Philip K. Dick, We Can Remember It For You Wholesale, 1966, rebels in an underground colony on Mars discover ancient terraforming technology, and they set it in motion. As it cranks up, it begins to restore the Martian atmosphere and makes it breathable. This correlates with Swerdlow's claim that the Martians left to colonize Earth, and therefore must have left the terraforming technology in place, but unused. End footnote. This killed many and forced the survivors to retreat underground, along with the transplanted Maldekians. In addition, the Martian orbit was pushed farther from the Sun, so amazingly, the deadly ice comet achieved its terrible purpose of destroying the human civilization of both Maldek and Mars. It was an astounding attack when one considers that the comet could only have accomplished its destructive effects on those two planets if its launch was timed in perfect coordination with the orbits of both bodies. This required highly sophisticated astronomical expertise. It seems that the reptilians had become very experienced in this type of galactic warfare. Referring to this heavenly body as a comet is very misleading. While it may have acted like a comet in terms of its intrusion into our solar system, there is now clear evidence that it was actually a planet, comparable in size to Earth. Technically, Swerdlow is correct in saying it was a comet, but he then claims that this comet ultimately became the planet Venus, a fact that seems borne out in Central American mythology and by famous theorist Immanuel Velikovsky, author of Worlds in Collision. This makes sense because only a body of that size could have caused such drastic perturbations on such large planets as Uranus and Mars, and also on Earth, as we will see, and destroyed a planet the size of Maldek. Velikovsky claimed that Venus became a comet after it had been ejected from Jupiter. This would contradict Swerdlow, who claimed that the ice comet entered our solar system in the orbit of Uranus, which would suggest that it probably originated in the Kuiper belt. Although that seems more likely than the Jupiter ejection theory, it would still be very rare for an object of that size and with a perfect globular configuration to inhabit the Kuiper belt, or even the Oort cloud. The more one considers this phenomenon, the more likely it appears that this ice comet may have been an actual planet that was stolen from its orbit around a distant star and brought here by the reptilians. But regardless of its origin, there is extensive astronomical and mythological evidence that the planet Venus was indeed a newcomer to our solar system and was probably Swerdlow's ice comet. The ice planet encounters Earth. In view of the prior information, I believe that we are now justified in referring to Swerdlow's ice comet as the ice planet. As it continued on its destructive trajectory, it next arrived in the vicinity of Earth, where it appeared to slow down and went into orbit around Earth. Actually, it became a mutual orbit, which again testifies to the comet's huge size. Earth began to rotate more quickly, and the comet pulled off much of the water, which vaporized in space. An atmosphere developed around Earth, ice caps formed at the poles, and land masses emerged as the water was removed. Eventually, the ice planet nudged the Earth farther out and took over its orbit. The Earth now settled into its position as the third planet from the Sun and continued its rapid rotation. The two largest land masses that rose out of the oceans ultimately became Lemuria and Atlantis. With its new atmosphere, its more moderate climate, and its new continents, the Earth became very inhabitable. Since Venus was now close to the Sun, its ice melted and formed the cloud cover still visible. In the end, this entire operation gave the reptilians a shiny new planet on which to dwell in this solar system. Therefore, all in one stroke, the reptilians decimated their ancient Lyran enemies on Maldek and Mars and created a home for themselves in the high-rent Goldilocks district of the Sol system. This had to be the neatest trick ever in cosmological evolution, but apparently, for the reptilians, those movers and shakers of worlds and would-be rulers of the galaxy, it was business as usual. Planets as spaceships. In reconsidering this entire event, a completely new explanation presents itself. Swerdlow contributed a major clue when he said that the reptilians had developed the technology to hollow out meteors and comets and use them as weapons. We have already heard that they had the capability of fabricating globular, planet-sized spaceships called Death Stars. But now we learn that the reptilians also had the technology for using actual planets as spaceships, which they had probably learned from the Wolfen people. Evidently, the reptilians found a likely uninhabited candidate planet somewhere in the galaxy, probably in Draco, and hollowed it out. Footnote: our astronomers have now identified many planets in our galaxy that are not in solar systems centered around a sun or star. Apparently, they remain warmed from within, and they continue to stay alive as they wander aimlessly through the galaxy. They are referred to as rogue planets. End footnote. They then moved into its interior and essentially turned it into a spaceship under intelligent control. It truly became a natural Death Star, thus complementing their already existing fabricated Death Star fleet. It is very likely they brought with them a complete ecological system along with living dinosaurs, their primary food source, somewhere in the bowels of the planet. They then drove it across space to the Sol system. It accumulated an ice cover in its journey across the galaxy. Living comfortably in the interior, they were not exposed to the radiation, extreme temperatures, and other hazards of space travel. They were thus able to guide the comet to destroy Maldek and cripple Mars. Very possibly, they fired some sort of superweapon, perhaps a particle beam, at Maldek as it came near. This was probably the very same technique that they used to destroy Bila, Tika, and Meroc in the Lyran system. Then, as the comet approached the Sun, they slowed it down and drove it into orbit around Earth, and somehow pushed Earth farther out into a new orbit. As Earth dried out, they prepared it for habitation, traveling back and forth from the ice comet, now Venus. Living in the interior of Venus, they were able to remain away from the intense heat on the surface. From this, we can see that George Lucas probably did have the whole story, and perhaps that is why Star Wars struck such a popular chord. Maybe, just maybe, those audiences who stood up and cheered at the premiere of Star Wars at Grauman's Chinese Theater in Hollywood in 1977 were on Maldek or Mars in a previous incarnation, and they remembered how they stared up helplessly at the sky as the ice planet loomed ominously above and approached. And that's why they cheered when Luke Skywalker fired the fatal shot that blew the Death Star to smithereens. Part 2. Reptilian Colonies on Earth, from Genesis to the Roman Empire. Chapter 7. Genesis. Now able to use Venus as a base of operations in the solar system, the Draco were ready to begin colonizing Earth. However, Venus was too distant for frequent trips. They needed a more convenient encampment from which to terraform Earth with flora and fauna. They decided to create a moon of Earth, but instead of using an existing sphere as with Venus, they constructed an artificial planet. Swerdlow says, "The moon is an artificial object, and it is hollow. When a sonic resonance is sent to the surface of the moon, it pings similar to glass, like a hollow object. It does not thump like a solid object. The moon does not spin or rotate. It is a fixed object, with one side always facing the Earth. The moon's orbit is mechanically fixed and needs no corrections. It stays in the same layer of space due to mass and gravitational pull. It is a vehicle parked in space, like a satellite, and without a magnetic field. The Draco colonized Earth from this vehicle. Presumably, the Draco were able to transfer the entire ecosystem that they brought with them from Draco to the moon, so that it could then be transferred piecemeal to Earth. The dinosaurs were particularly important because the reptilians relied on them as a food source. They placed the moon at the precise distance that permitted it to be viewed from Earth as exactly the same size as the sun. This made it possible to use solar and lunar eclipses as timing devices. The Draco began colonizing the huge mid-Pacific continent of Lemuria about 1 million years ago. As the first race to occupy the Earth, the reptilians considered it their planet. There were no humans on Earth for hundreds of thousands of years. The human refugees from Lyra, both Martian and Maldekian, continued to live underground on Mars during that period. The Martian atmosphere was too thin to support surface habitation. Meanwhile, the 110 Lyran refugee colonies had formed an alliance to join forces in defense against continued reptilian attacks. They referred to this organization as the Galactic Federation of Light, or the Collective, and they remained interested and involved with the fate of the human Lyra expatriates throughout the galaxy. The Federation members, by combining resources, successfully repelled reptilian attacks on their adopted planets. Only 3 former Lyran groups refused to join the Federation. These civilizations just could not adapt to their new refugee status and sought to recreate the lost glories of the old Lyran constellation. They were considered to be extremists. One of these 3 was the Atlans, inhabiting a planet in the Pleiades. The Pleiadians viewed them as troublemakers, since they contributed nothing to the Federation. They petitioned the Federation to resettle this group in another star system. Since the Atlans were known to be courageous and unafraid of the reptilians, the Federation decided to move the Atlans to Earth. They reasoned that if the Atlans survived such a direct provocation to the reptilians, they would constitute a foothold on the Earth and could be the first line of attack against the reptilian colonists on the Earth.
All right, we got to take a vote. I need a vote. We got 11 people in here. I got to go run and do something, but I could leave it playing for y'all. You understand? And not that you have to be here, but, you know, if you're enjoying it right now, then I'll just leave it playing and, you know, you leave whenever you need to. But I got to bring my daughter back to the university. But, let me get a 1 for keep playing. You put some 1s in there, then I'll count them up. Say, okay, I want to keep listening to it. But I did give you the sources in your way. You understand? But if I don't get no responses, then I just be like, okay, they're not really listening. And I'll just shut it down, right? Because you have the... Okay. All right. Well, that's enough for me. Because that means people are listening. And I know it'll be still playing by the time I get back. Listen, heads up. They're gonna speak about the Shinsu Hor. And we went a little bit into this, but I don't know how long y'all gonna listen. But again, they're gonna get into the Black Dragon Society, which is going to go into the Green Dragon Society, which eventually those allegedly are the people who helped out and gave the technology to the Germans, who we kidnapped the Germans. I wouldn't really call it kidnapping, because they was more than happy to come over here and live the good life instead of dying. So instead of punishing them, we said, "Hey man, you guys are pretty brilliant over there. What you guys got going on?" Right? And some of them did go to Antarctica. I covered all of this in Top Secrets, in the Top Secret playlist. But for the most part, we get this extraterrestrial technology that we have today, and you're going to hear this. From these same beings. But listen, they're about to get into something real interesting with the Atlanteans, the Lumerians, the Maldekians, and I hope you enjoy it. Right? So carry on. I'm gonna take her to go handle this business, and I'll be back soon.
Which could then be supported by other Federation forces later. This might make it possible to eject the reptilians entirely from the Sol solar system. In other words, the Federation moved these uncooperative slackers to the front lines to get them involved in a big way in the struggle against the reptilians. It was a brilliant strategy. The Atlans colonized the mid-Atlantic continent, which then became known as Atlantis. Meanwhile, there were conflicts between the two underground civilizations on Mars, and the Martians petitioned the Federation to remove the Maldekians to another planet. The Federation viewed this as another golden opportunity to surround the reptilians on Earth with motivated reptilian opponents. The Maldekians had suffered the extreme
I just want to say this. This is my last time interrupting you. But dig this. These nations know about the Galactic Federation. I promise you this. They know. Hold on. Let me bring it up for you real quick. They call them the Galactic Federation. I call them the Galactic Federation of Light. However, I don't want you to think. So this is NBC. It says the unidentified flying object has asked not to publish. Objects have asked not to publish that they are here. Humanity is not ready yet. Haim Ashed, former head of the Israel's Defense Ministry Space Directorate, told Israel's Yedot newspaper. The interview in Hebrew ran on Friday and gained traction after parts were published in English by the Jerusalem Post. Come on, man. What are you doing? A respected professor and retired general, Ished, said that the aliens were equally curious about humanity and were seeking to understand the fabric of the universe. Ished said the cooperation agreement had been signed between species, including the underground base in the depths of Mars, where there are American astronauts and alien representatives. There's an agreement between the U.S. government and the aliens. They signed a contract with us to do experiments here, he said. This is on NBC News. But you have to look it up a certain way. But you're just now learning about the Galactic Federation, so this is why I'm giving you the information for you newcomers to my channel. Ashed added that President Donald Trump was aware of the extraterrestrial existence and had been on the verge of revealing information, but was asked not to in order to prevent mass hysteria. They have been waiting until today for humanity to develop and reach a stage where we will understand in general what space and spaceships are, Ishid said, referring to the Galactic Federation. Alright? Also, if you type in what I typed in, former Israeli space security chief Haim Ashed claimed in 2020 that extraterrestrials from a galactic federation are in secret contact with the U.S. and Israel. So, there you go. And now back to our regularly scheduled broadcast.
trauma of losing ancestors and friends in the Atlans colonized the mid-Atlantic continent, which then became known as Atlantis. Meanwhile, there were conflicts between the two underground civilizations on Mars, and the Martians petitioned the Federation to remove the Maldekians to another planet. The Federation viewed this as another golden opportunity to surround the reptilians on Earth with motivated reptilian opponents. The Maldekians had suffered the extreme trauma of losing ancestors and friends in the brutal reptilian destruction of their home planet. Even though they were several generations removed from those catastrophes, they would have, no doubt, appreciated the chance to wreak vengeance on the perpetrators. The Federation sent the Maldekians to colonize Earth. They took over the area known as the Gobi Desert, which was then a lush, tropical area, as well as parts of northern India and Asia. The humans fight back. As the Federation expected, the old hatreds persisted, percolating up from the Atlan DNA, perhaps reinforced by stories passed on from generation to generation about the desecrations in Lyra. Possibly even more than the Maldekians, the Atlans also detested the reptilians. This new planet was too small for these archenemies, and wars broke out. The Atlans were a fierce human race, and the battles were many. The dinosaurs were a major source of contention. These huge beasts rampaged over Atlantean agricultural areas, devouring the crops. Finally, the Atlans began killing them. Swerdlow says, the Atlanteans despised these destructive animals, so they used electromagnetic pulse weapons to kill them. This is the real truth of why dinosaurs, mammoths, and other prehistoric creatures abruptly became extinct. The Maldekians attacked the reptilian lunar colonies. The underground Martians also entered the fray in the effort to remove the reptilians from this solar system. They too began attacking the reptilians on the moon to destroy the lunar outposts guarding their Earth settlements. In the Code to the Matrix, James Evans Bomar says, this might be considered the real First World War of the world. It was a mess. But it really was not a mess at all. Upon
Forgive me. My wife is doing my daughter's hair, so I got some time to rock out with y'all. All right. So, shout out to Huey. He's a member over here. Obviously, you see him with a wrench. And somebody else was over here. Greg. I seen your comment, Greg. But it didn't click to me what you were saying. I don't know why. Right? When you said Zulu, I don't know why I get offended. Because I thought you was trolling me. I thought you was sent by Hassan Campbell or something like that. Like, I don't know why I thought you was trolling me. But it wasn't until Huey repeated what you said, and then I was like, oh, he's not trolling me. He's really talking about the Zulu, which made me go say, yo, all right, let's bring up the not only the Zulu, but also the Dogon tribe. This is why I started doing videos on ancient sub-Saharan Africa, right? The Tariq al-Sudan, the land of the blacks. Because we have to we will drill down into the different tribes within the sub-Saharan. They weren't all one tribe, right? We will eventually drill down. But we have to show that they had civilization. That's the crazy part. None of this is being told. It's not like these were just grass skirt wearing people. They had civilization, bro. And they also had history. And they can tell you, and they can tell us a history, right? Much as this, some of the people that even are actually from these places, they don't even know this, but there's history where that is passed down verbally. Hopefully they've written this down now. That they've told other journalists, other researchers about galactic history. Right? Says here, both the Dogon of Mali and the Zulu of South Africa preserve profound oral traditions regarding galactic history. These indigenous cosmologies describe the Earth's deep connection to the broader cosmos and chart history's celestial beings and ancient cataclysms and human star origins. And when we see these documentaries on the Dogon tribe, I mean, they do look primitive, right? But then their concept of mathematics is actually advanced. And their understanding of the celestial is even more advanced, and it's like, nah, y'all got it. Don't even match, right? The culture, the way y'all dress this, it don't match with the knowledge that you have about the celestial and the movement of the skies. They don't match. So it is very interesting, right? But I just wanted to sit that right there. I'm gonna let y'all go back to the book right now.
Reviewing the entire situation now in retrospect, it becomes abundantly clear that the Federation was orchestrating the whole campaign. The reptilians on Earth were now at a distinct disadvantage. They found themselves in a very precarious predicament. The conflict they had initiated by attacking Maldek and Mars had now resulted in their isolation.
I do want to say this. Huey said that the Dogon said that the story originated from Kemet. Here's the thing. When I gave my presentation, I spoke about the growth of the desert. The desert was not that huge. It grew. Now, before my research, I never even knew a desert could grow. But it makes sense. With the growth of the, and really I'm not using the correct word. The correct word would probably be expansion of the desert, right? So the expansion of the desert, that pushed people to move in different areas. So I would not doubt that maybe that is where whatever you're saying the story kind of started. Maybe it did. Because I also believe that that land was probably more lavish and green at that point in time. Alright, let me let y'all finish.
In a distant solar system surrounded by humans. Humans who had learned to defend themselves by the development of high-tech weaponry and space technology, who were not afraid of the Draco bullies. The human colonists were strongly motivated to destroy them, and they now had powerful allies all over the galaxy. The worm had turned.
I know I keep on saying I'm going to let y'all rock out, but I just want to remind y'all of Genesis, right? I want to remind y'all of the creation story, but specifically Genesis. Genesis is interesting because they actually start off the story with a serpent in the beginning of their story. A talking serpent at that. So I believe, me personally, I believe this is an old story. The only reason it may seem new to us is because we were told something, a fabricated story, which is also a piece of another story. No one wants to admit that because it's like, yo, I've been living my whole life based off of this. Well, join the club, right? You don't take it that personal that you say, oh, well, I'm just going to continue living the lie. Well, you do what you want. I'm not your pastor, your rabbi, your imam. You do you. But for me, when I found out, okay, there's an older civilization. They got the story already. They already had the story. Then some thousands of years later, y'all came with the same story, just switched out some names. Nah, this ain't going to work for me. This ain't going to work. Something's definitely not adding up. But as we getting all of this new information, now things are starting to add up a little bit. Okay, there's talk of reptilians being here first. Right? And I do believe they was probably here first. Whatever hominids we had here on this earth, I think they was out here splicing and dicing some DNA. So when they said, let us make man, it's kind of like saying, let those hominids, let's create them like us. Let's make them more intelligent. So not let's create a species from nothing at all, but let us mess around with their DNA and make them a little bit more intelligent. That's how I'm kind of taking it, right? But there are some stories of older stories of geneticists out there.
predicament. The conflict they had initiated by attacking Maldek and Mars had now resulted in their isolation in a distant solar system surrounded by humans, humans who had learned to defend themselves by the development of high-tech weaponry and space technology, who were not afraid of the Draco bullies. The human colonists were strongly motivated to destroy them, and they now had powerful allies all over the galaxy. The worm had turned. The primary reptilian food source was destroyed, and there was no help available from Draco. They could no longer just invade and take whatever they wanted. They now had to negotiate to survive. The Hatona Council. Since the fighting was basically at a stalemate, the Federation initially sought to develop a peaceful civilization on the Earth to give the Atlan and Maldekian humans time and space to evolve and gain a larger population. They decided to convene a neutral council on the planet Hatona in the Andromeda Galaxy. All the parties interested in the Earth civilization were represented. This convocation was a sort of victory in itself for the Federation. It appeared to elicit an agreement by the reptilians that they would grant ownership of the planet to a newly created race, although everyone knew that reptilian agreements were worthless. Bomar says, "The Hatona Council convened for many decades as the fighting continued in this solar system. Finally, an agreement was reached between some of the human factions and the reptilian Earth colonists. Keep in mind that this agreement was without the participation of the reptilians from the original Draco Empire, thus these reptilians had no permission from High Command and were acting solely on their conniving interest. The agreement stated that a new breed of humanity should be created on Earth that would contain the DNA of all interested parties who participated in the peace process. A designated area on Earth would be set aside for the creation of this new species. The Earth-based reptilians of Lemuria agreed to this under the condition that the reptilian body be the foundation for this new being. This was a critical stipulation. The reptilians believed that if the beings of the new race had fundamental reptilian DNA, they could be easily mind-controlled from the lower fourth dimension by sympathetic vibration. This did have the intended consequences. However, as will be seen, it also rebounded to the detriment of the reptilians, since it made the new human species more resilient, thus allowing them to defend themselves successfully against reptilian attacks and encroachments. Be fruitful and multiply. The area that was chosen for this new experiment was southeastern Turkey, at the origins of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, where they flowed down from the Taurus Mountains in the Caucasus. This was the biblical Garden of Eden. That area was probably in Maldekian hands, since it was close to their areas of settlement. It was a long way from Lemuria. Each of the 13 contributors sought to make their DNA dominant. Consequently, the new man was conflicted right from the start. However, the major responsibility for coordinating the effort was placed in the hands of a group from the collective known as the Elohim, literally the gods, who are highly evolved humans known to be master geneticists. But the reptilians were also geneticists, with thousands of years of experience. In the Bible, the Hebrew word Elohim is used as though it was singular as the word for God. Actually, Hebraic words ending in "im" are always plural. Plurality, or the gods, is clearly implied in chapter 1 of Genesis, wherein it says, "Let us make man in our image, after our likeness." Since we know now that the Federation held all the cards, they decided on the new human form. Genesis says further, "So God, the Elohim, created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, the Elohim, he created them. Male and female he created them. God, the Elohim, blessed them and said to them, 'Be fruitful and increase in number. Fill the earth and subdue it.'" This tallies with Swerdlow's account where he says that the new race was intended to grow quickly and to take over the planet. So the human method of reproduction was chosen over the reptilian. This explains the importance of God saying, "Male and female he created them," thus clearly differentiating the human and the reptilian. The reptilians reproduce by laying eggs, which can be fertilized. Footnote: according to the website www.cuteness.com, female reptiles store sperm for up to 6 years to use for future eggs, according to Wisman. That means the female can produce, fertilize, and lay her own eggs without the aid of a male as long as she has stored sperm from a previous male encounter. End footnote. This description of human creation is contradicted by the Adam and Eve story related in chapter 2 of Genesis, where God is referred to in the singular as the Lord God, and Eve was said to have been created from one of Adam's ribs. These two Genesis accounts of human creation are fundamentally different. This second account seems to endorse male dominance over the female, rather than the gender equality espoused in chapter 1, and appears to be a later addition. The command that, "he shall rule over thee," sounds like it might have been of reptilian origin, since the reptilians inhabiting Earth had become a patriarchal society in defiance of the Queen and Orion. Furthermore, the Adam and Eve story refers to sexual relations as a curse and introduces the serpent who gave man knowledge of sexual reproduction in defiance of God. This makes it appear that the reptilians were helpful to man, thus establishing sympathy for the devil. This is ludicrous, since the Elohim were highly motivated to have the humans reproduce quickly. Apparently, the author of this paragraph wanted the listener to believe that a whimsical God intended Adam and Eve to just stroll around the Garden of Eden, naked for eternity. Also, the statement that it was God who created the enmity between humans and the serpent was apparently intended to blame the Elohim for the hostility between the humans and the reptilians. The entire Adam and Eve account of human creation in Genesis 2 is anti-God, and thus anti-Elohim, and sounds suspiciously like it might have been of reptilian origin, inserted in a later edition of the Bible. This is not surprising, since the entire Bible, but especially the Old Testament, went through many versions and translations before the King James Version in 1604. The entire Genesis authorship has been attributed to Moses, but it is highly unlikely that he would have written two such different accounts of the creation of the human race. The creation process went through several models that were not successful and were either destroyed or left to die out. This accounts for the various short-lived human prototypes, such as Homo erectus, Neanderthal, Cro-Magnon, and so forth, of which fossils have been found. Ultimately, 22 corrections were made to the human DNA over this 50,000-year period by our extraterrestrial progenitors, finally resulting in the modern human that we know as Homo sapiens sapiens, which made its sudden appearance only 40,000 years ago. The reptilians succeeded in keeping the DNA for the reptilian brain in the final product. This segment of the human brain accounts for our aggressive and warlike behavior. However, the more civilized mammalian aspects of the human DNA prevailed. The Federation monitored the entire process, and the Council succeeded in the creation of the species we now call the human race. It was agreed to by all parties that this new planet Earth would be the homeworld of the new human race, thus settling once and for all the claims for control of the Earth by battling groups. As the new humans spread out over the globe from Mesopotamia 40,000 years ago, they frequently encountered the previous versions of the human race, especially the Neanderthal. The first human bones dating to 40,000 years ago recently were discovered underwater in a cave in Romania, now called the Cave of Bones. Professor João Zilhau, an archaeologist at the University of Barcelona, and recently featured in a PBS special titled First Peoples, found the bones of 2 adults underwater in the Cave of Bones. These are believed to be the first Homo sapiens sapiens in Europe. They were contemporary with the Neanderthal and obviously interacted, and possibly even interbred with them. But they obeyed the injunction given to them by the Elohim and quickly outnumbered the Neanderthal, who were doomed to extinction. Zilhau speculated that the new humans were more social and more creative, so they quickly established communities, while the Neanderthal remained as hunters in isolated tribes. The reptilian brain. The Atlanteans were infuriated with the incorporation of reptilian DNA in humans and believed that the experiment was not working anyway. They decided to launch an all-out attack on Lemuria to get rid of the reptilians once and for all. Swerdlow tells us that they bombarded the continent with electromagnetic pulse weapons that caused the bulk of Lemuria to sink beneath the ocean, now called the Pacific, which is ironic since Pacific means peaceful. Lemuria went down about 50,000 years ago and partially slipped beneath the North American tectonic plate. The reptilians retreated to deep underground cavernous areas, primarily under Tibet and the Indian subcontinent and Antarctica, which was then on the equator and subtropical. Swerdlow says, this began the legends of hell and demonic entities underneath the earth. To the Atlantean human beings, the reptilians were demonic entities. This is where the legend of hell originated. They also fled to adjacent land masses that remained above water, including Australia, New Zealand, the Pacific Islands, Japan, the Philippines, Hawaii, parts of Central and South America, and North America west of the San Andreas Fault. That strip of California land belongs to the part of the Lemurian tectonic plate that did not sink. They also remained underground on Venus. The Atlantean scientists apparently understood the importance of the inclusion of the reptilian brain in the new human. They knew that this doomed the new species to contention and warfare. However, it is interesting that the Elohim permitted this genetic configuration, which suggests that perhaps they believed that the higher human qualities, expressed through the two other major segments of the triune human brain, the mammalian and the rational, would ultimately prevail. However, the tough reptilian component was necessary to ensure the survival of the race through the early, very hazardous stages. In addition, they wanted to make certain that the human race could ultimately join in the fight against the reptilians, so the creation of a gentle, peace-loving civilization would be counterproductive. They knew that peace with the reptilians was impossible. Once again, it was a brilliant strategy. The inner world. The reptilians were now marooned inside the Earth. The Martian refugees who had been living inside Mars for several hundred years decided to colonize the Earth, probably at the urging of the Federation, who wanted to make certain that the surface of the planet remained in human hands. The Martians settled in what is now southern Iraq and Kuwait, already inhabited by a small, primitive human population. The Martians were greeted as gods, and they created a highly developed civilization in Sumer. They also continued to attack the reptilian lunar colony, and together with the Maldekians, they dispossessed the reptilians from the moon. The moon-based reptilians fled to Earth and joined the underground colonies. The Atlan civilization could now grow and expand without any direct interference. Meanwhile, as the new human race began to populate the surface world, the Federation kept a watchful eye on the entire situation. The reptilians created an entire civilization inside the planet. Remember that they were very adept at hollowing out planets and creating underground colonies, and that they arrived in the solar system inside what is now Venus. They built a 7-layer complex under the Indian subcontinent, where they founded a capital city known as Bogavita. There were 2 main entrances, one near Benares, and the other in the mountains surrounding Lake Manasarovar in Tibet, west of Lhasa. They created deep tunnels crisscrossing the planet, some as deep as 200 miles down, and took over the entire subsurface world, creating underground highways. According to Swerdlow, they built tubes containing fast, subway-like vehicles that can travel to any point on the Earth within a few hours. Thus, they were able to travel rapidly all over the globe. Swerdlow claims that there are entry points to the inner Earth at the poles that can be seen from space. This would explain why the reptilians founded a major colony under Antarctica. He says also, quote, numerous cave entrances to the inner Earth exist in the Rocky Mountains and Sierra Mountains in the western United States, as well as less numerous openings in the Ozarks and Appalachian Mountains. Entries also exist in the Alps, Himalayas, Andes, and the Caribbean. There are also numerous suboceanic entry points, particularly in the deep trenches of the Pacific Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Atlantic submarine mountain ranges, especially on or near the Azores, Canary Islands.
Don't worry, I'm still here. I just wanted to make a point. As I'm walking out the door, I'm listening to the program, and I got to remind you of something, right? So as this whole story sounds unbelievable to you, I just got to remind you. What's this guy's name? Elon Musk and Gail King underground. I just want to remind you, because this is the guy who's dying to get back to Mars. And I say get back to Mars, but that's because I think I know who he is. And I think I know who he think he is. That's Facebook. Hold on. Let's see here. This is YouTube.
Hi, Joe.
Hello.
They said you're a Formula One racer.
Now, I need y'all to remember, like, they filmed this as if nobody was going to ever question that there is a whole city under LA. Right? So, he said he takes the tunnels when he don't feel like walking. Like when he don't feel like dealing with the public, your boy is just out here taking tunnels. But again, if he is who I think he is, this is part of his culture anyway.
Driver?
Not quite.
Now what
Because
happens,
though-
Dad? What are we going to do now? What happens now? Hey, did the doors on the Tesla close like that?
Yeah, they're close with a micro.
No, but I mean like that. Fold down like that.
On a Model X they do.
All right, Joe. Let's go.
Look, they out here,
It's like a little
bro.
Wilson, this is just.
They got straight
we're
tunnels.
taking out
Now, let me ask you guys something. You know everything. You think LA is the only place they got tunnels? So when we hear these people say, "Oh no, there was tunnels in Hugh Hefner's house, attached to his house. Anywhere you wanted to get to, you could just use the tunnels." Come on, man. This is old news, Jack. But it's going to sound strange to the virgin ears, meaning you never heard this before. There's a lot I could talk about on my channel and even get crazier, but I realize you just sound crazy. So what you might want to do is strategically introduce this information to the people, because if you just say it right now, they're going to think you nuts. They're not going to believe a word you say. So you have to remind them it's always been in your face. I did, Huey. I did. Really a Martian, not really a reptilian. But I do think he is working feverishly to get to Mars, bro. I've never seen anybody. He's working feverishly. So I don't know if I'm ready to call him a reptilian, but I think he's definitely Martian.
the track. So
Wasn't that kind of fast the way he took off?
yeah, it was maybe a little fast to turn off. Now we're gonna do it with autopilot off.
Okay.
You can
So
speed
how
up,
fast
I think,
could it go?
I mean, we've taken it up to what, 80 miles an hour or something.
Whoa. How fast are we going now?
We're taking it easy for you. Don't worry. Well, I mean, we've gone past 80 miles an hour, and we can get 100 no problem. But we'll take it easy for you.
They out here doing 100 miles per hour
Don't worry,
underground,
don't worry.
baby.
Like I said, it's a little bumpy on the first ride.
So we really can't go off the tracks. See,
No,
I worry
you
about a
can't-
tunnel collapsing, Elon.
No. Yeah,
Why?
it's not going to collapse.
Michael Wilbur says there's one under the White House. Listen, y'all, I gotta go, but I just wanted to remind y'all, because y'all hearing some things that sound strange, but these strange things have always been in your face. So I just wanted to point that out. There's nothing weird about them saying, yo, there was underground tunnels on all. No, there's been underground tunnels the whole time, and they're still using them to this day. All right, let me get up out of here.
Cave entrances to the inner Earth exist in the Rocky Mountains and Sierra Mountains in the western United States, as well as less numerous openings in the Ozarks and Appalachian Mountains. Entries also exist in the Alps, Himalayas, Andes, and the Caribbean. There are also numerous suboceanic entry points, particularly in the deep trenches of the Pacific Ocean, the Caribbean Sea, and the Atlantic submarine mountain ranges, especially on or near the Azores, Canary Islands, and the Falklands. Swerdlow claims that this underground world exists in the Earth's crust. He says, they created the famed underworld cities of Acadia, Agartha, Hyperborea, and Shambhala that are sought by explorers to this very day. These cities are built along the inside wall of the inner crust that lines the interior of the Earth. End quote. Sol will not be another Lyra. From that secure redoubt, with all the entrances carefully guarded, the reptilians quietly plotted their recapture of the Earth, a planet of which they believed they had rightful ownership. They knew they only had a short time before the new human population would grow to enormous proportion. However, that was not necessarily a problem. Since the humans would all be turned into slaves, as on the other planets in their empire, the more the better. The first task in the reptilians' battle plan was to wreak vengeance on their mortal enemies from Lyra, who had slain the dinosaurs and sunk their continent beneath the waves, the Atlans. For if nothing else, the reptilians are a vengeful race. It was true that the reptilians had agreed at Hatona to peacefully turn the Earth over to the new race that would populate the planet. But to them, agreements were simply a means of lulling opponents to inaction and could be ignored or violated as needed. This ancient hardened reptilian characteristic later would be displayed with flamboyance by their main proto-human protege and agent, Adolf Hitler, who broke every agreement he ever made. The Federation knew this and never believed for a minute that the reptilians would cease their campaign to take over the Earth. However, they believed confidently that they could now fight fire with fire, and that the new human race would fight intelligently and heroically to defend their homeworld. The Federation was totally prepared for the reptilians to use their usual tactics of subterfuge, infiltration, lies, and deception, and to deploy their most potent weaponry, genetic hybridization, and mind control through propaganda. But they reasoned, the new Homo sapiens sapiens would recognize those now overused techniques and would uncover the plots and fight to the death for freedom and liberty. Both sides recognized that, yes, Earth was a great prize, but this confrontation was really all about the solar system, and Earth was the key to the solar system. The Federation was not going to allow this Sol system to become another Lyra. Every skirmish and battle would be contested to the bitter end. Chapter 8. Atlantis. History becomes legend. Legend becomes myth. Myth becomes a Disney movie. Charles Alexander Moffat, 2002. The Atlantis landmass, which stretched from the Caribbean across the Atlantic to Spain and North Africa, and incorporated the Azores and Canary Islands, emerged from the Earth-water world around the same time as Lemuria, about 1 million years ago, as the reptilian-guided ice comet/planet began its mutual orbit around Earth and dried out the planet. But Atlantis remained uninhabited by humans for hundreds of thousands of years, while the reptilians settled in Lemuria and basically had the Earth all to themselves. Then, the Federation settled the Atlans on Atlantis about 300,000 years ago. Swerdlow tells us that the warm waters of the Gulf Stream flowed around Atlantis at that time, encircling the entire continent, flowing south past North Africa as the equatorial current, and then north past the Caribbean and North America, as it still does today, thus giving the island a perpetually mild and ideal climate. A very high mountain range dominated the interior of the island. The Atlantean civilization was at the height of its power and influence when Lemuria sank beneath the waves around 50,000 years ago. Footnote. Geologists claim that this period of Earth's history was characterized by an ice age, which would seem to have prohibited any sort of golden age on Atlantis. However, a typical ice age is characterized by differing periods of glaciation and non-glaciated temperate climates, each period lasting up to 50,000 years. The ice age at the height of the Atlantean Empire could have been in a non-glaciated interim period. Furthermore, glaciers during an ice age are always local to limited areas on the planet and seldom cover the entire surface of the Earth. Atlantis was surrounded by warm Atlantic currents, which would certainly have prevented glaciation on that island. End footnote. Now, free of the reptilian threat, the Atlans could devote their efforts to creating a utopian culture. In this golden age, Atlantis was a flourishing, advanced civilization. The arts and sciences were well developed, and the citizens enjoyed the fruits of peace and prosperity. The Atlans were directly descended from the Lyrans, who were known to have had a highly civilized society based on an agricultural economy, and who fled to the Pleiades after the reptilian invasion. Those Lyran refugees came from the very earliest human origins in this galaxy, and so, of course, they did not have a reptilian brain. This may explain why they were able to develop such a highly evolved society. The Atlans attempted to recreate on Earth the paradise their ancestors had built on their planet in Lyra. Ancient books containing descriptions of the Atlantean civilization and histories of the Atlanteans have either been lost or destroyed. Apparently, this loss and destruction was purposeful. In his book, Masters of the World, written in 1974, French prehistorian and archaeologist Robert Chirot says, "The true history of civilization is forbidden. Powerful conspiracies try to allow only a distorted version to be expressed. Our social and religious history has been falsified for thousands of years, ever since the Egyptians, forgetting or ignoring the truths handed down to them by their ancestors, gave themselves the title of the first initiators in civilized people." Chirot cites evidence that space travelers from Venus were early colonizers of Earth and intervened in the affairs of the native human population. This tallies somewhat with Swerdlow's account of the first settlement of Earth by reptilians from Venus, but at a time when the human race had not yet been created. Further exacerbating the cover-up of human prehistory was the devastating incineration of the Great Library of Alexandria by the Romans. This was a catastrophic loss, since there were, no doubt, ancient scrolls from Atlantis and Lemuria lost in the conflagration. In the Americas, the Catholic priests accompanying the Spanish conquistadors burned priceless old manuscripts about prehistory that probably confirmed the Atlantean immigration into Central America. In his internet article Suppressed Archaeology, author, journalist, and documentary filmmaker Will Hart says, "Is the true history of planet Earth being suppressed? There are many archaeological finds, which don't get recognized because they don't fit into the official establishment record of how life on Earth evolved. Why is this? What are they trying to keep hidden? It can only be presumed that there is some history that they don't want people to know about. In other words, we are being lied to about the real history of planet Earth. Like the burning of the library at Alexandria, keeping the public in the dark has come to be a feature of our current world rulers. It could almost be presumed that there is information that would cause a loss of control and power to manipulate reality outcomes if known." The scientific establishment seems to have a very large investment in spreading belief in evolution. If science is a religion, as many believe, then evolution is its central dogma. But as already shown, the truth is quite different. In order to break through this Darwinian blanket, it is critical that we understand what happened on Atlantis. There has been many Atlantean authors, but Ignatius Donnelly is generally acknowledged to be the most informative. His classic book, Atlantis, The Antediluvian World, published in 1882, has stood the test of time. Donnelly was written off as a crackpot for many years, but is now experiencing a revival. Noted archaeological researchers like Graham Hancock have conferred a new respect for Donnelly's work. While nobody knows what really happened on Atlantis, Plato's account in the Critias and the Timaeus is still considered the most believable, but is all too brief. Plato's famous history of Atlantis was based on information given to him by the Athenian lawyer and Egyptian scholar Solon, who had in turn learned it directly from the aged Egyptian priest Sauntius of Sais. Sauntius spoke of the deluge that sank Atlantis, claiming that the Athenians were pre-flood colonists from Atlantis. Of course, Sanchez could not have known that the Atlanteans themselves were not truly human, but were extraterrestrials from Lyra and the Pleiades. So from this statement, we learn that the classic Greek civilization was actually of Lyrian origin and was not human. This explains why the Greek architecture resembled what we know of the Atlantean and the similarities of so much of their culture. Plato speaks of 10 god kings who ruled over the 10 provinces of Atlantis. The 10 provinces of classical Rome may have been a recreation of the Atlantean 10 provinces. The Etruscans and early Romans were, after all, really an offshoot of the Greek civilization, and consequently the Romans may not have had the reptilian brain. However, as the Romans conquered more foreign lands, many of them populated by reptilian hybrids, their culture became hybridized, which probably accounts for their increased brutality and ultimately their downfall. Donnelly explores the subject in much more detail and really sharpens the picture. There was significant confirmation of Donnelly's speculations by psychic Edgar Cayce in the early days of the 20th century. Cayce's readings on Atlantis, while in a trance, really brought the lost continent into focus and reality, and served to introduce the public to the lost prehistory of which they were deprived in public schools and colleges. Unfortunately, Cayce's discourses were couched in some sort of archaic language, so that it has been difficult to make sense of what he said. They were in English, but seemed to use a terminology, grammar, and sentence construction that left researchers and scholars scratching their heads. Steve Omar has emerged as perhaps the best modern writer about Atlantis. His internet article, Atlantis, History of the Golden Ages, makes connections that Donnelly could not make in the 19th century, because much more has been revealed since 1882. In 1976, Omar was one of 3 directors of a small, ambitious organization called MIND, M-I-N-D. This group was formed in 1967. Renamed MIND International and centered in Maui between 1972 and 1978, MIND had its agents around the globe collecting evidence about vanished civilizations in search of the ultimate truth. MIND sent agents around the world to collect information that necessarily had been excluded from history books in the United States. Omar was given by the group the monumental task of studying every religion, philosopher, and historian in recorded history, primarily searching in college libraries. In the course of this research, he became an expert on the writings of Shiro, who had spent 30 years traveling and researching in remote areas and studying in museums, monasteries, and caves. Omar tells us that none of Shiro's 6 volumes of ancient history can be found in original or reprinted form anywhere in the United States. Atlantean spaceships. In his article, Omar tells a fantastic story. He speaks of a society on Atlantis so advanced that it actually eclipsed the modern era in terms of social, medical, technological, and especially spiritual achievements. Omar says, "What was life like in the golden age of Atlantis? Ancient writers tell of how people lived to be 1,000 years old, in an age when cosmic science ended all disease, and of an empire that accumulated so much gold over 50,000 years that they paved their streets with it, covered their temples and buildings with sheets of it, and wore fine gold mesh clothing. Ancient writings from around the world are clear in their detailed accounts of the spaceships and advanced aircraft of Atlantean times. The Mayans, Aztecs, and Incans told the conquistadors of these Atlantean skyships that transported the white celestial rulers from the east. Atlantean technology spread to the Rama region of Asia with their expanding colonization. The ancient Vaimanika Sastra writings, discovered in India in 1875, detail the size of flying machines, how they are steered, how they are protected from violent storms and lightning, and how to switch the drive to solar energy when the fuel supply becomes low. The writings relate to 70 authorities and 10 experts on ancient air travel. The texts are extremely precise and easy to understand by modern scientists, except for several metals and alloys which they cannot recognize. As we have seen, the Maldekians and the Martians were attacking the reptilian lunar colonies at about the same time. From Omar, we learn that the Atlans also had spacefaring technology and may have joined in these assaults. He says, more remarkable is the ancient literature from Egypt, Central America, Asia, Phoenicia, and Babylonia concerning how these spacecrafts traveled to other planets and returned to Earth, how they utilized weapons in a Star Wars fashion. These crafts could not be damaged by humans on Earth and were piloted by astronauts that ancient paintings and carvings show in spacesuits. Atlanteans who had spacecraft that were capable of interplanetary travel and theoretically could have gone to Mars. The moon was said to have once been part of the Atlantean Empire. The first satellite to orbit the moon sent back a photo of an ancient pyramid on the dark side of the moon that we have examined, and it was censored from the public by the US government with other moon ruins. Ruins of walls and roads were found on the moon by astronauts who will not speak publicly due to the $10,000 fine, 10-year jail sentence, and dishonorable discharge for violating official U.S. Government Regulation 200, Section 2. Apparently, the Atlanteans had progressed very far into computer technology and artificial intelligence, even beyond what we have today. According to Omar, Atlanteans created a national workforce of robots, androids, and humanoids from genetic engineering to create and maintain most of the material plane empire, and that computers controlled the robots and androids. Perpetual motion machines were created that created and operated other machines and repaired them. Atlantis was on the verge of life without instrumentalities. In other words, the empire was controlled by machines and computers that did everything for the citizens. No Atlantean had to work or go to school. VRIL, Vril helmets, educated the people while they were asleep. A teenager had knowledge beyond that of even the most respected geniuses of our age. With a 1,000-year lifespan to acquire knowledge, Atlanteans were aware and informed beyond our imaginations. During the Golden Age, the Atlantean bioscientists perfected many genetic engineering techniques and created individuals with super strength and powers, able to perform superhuman feats. There are indications that they also experimented with crossbreeding different species and cloning. Later, this technology was taken with them when they colonized Egypt, where it was also practiced. Omar tells us that they also learned how to block brain impulses to parts of the brain that cause crime and negative emotions. They later used this technique to control minds. The Atlans also practiced telepathy and used it to communicate with dolphins, who were also of extraterrestrial origin and highly intelligent. Atlantean technology. According to Edgar Casey and journalist and psychic Ruth Montgomery, as related by Steve Omar, quote, the Atlanteans used laser rays and crystals to fuel their power plants. There was a huge firestone, with power generated by filtering the rays of the sun through ruby prisms, which concentrated energy upon instruments connected in the transportation complex by remote control. Inside a huge dome with a sliding roof, cosmic energy stations transmitted beams that could be turned up so high they became the famous death ray. End quote. Inventor and visionary Nikola Tesla, who claimed to have off-planet sources of information and appeared to be tuned in to Atlantean information, described a possible death ray. Tesla said it could destroy anything approaching within 200 miles and will provide a wall of power and would make any country, large or small, impregnable against armies, airplanes, and other means for attack. Tesla's version was really a potent particle beam accelerator, something that is now in the arsenals of both the United States and Russia. But apparently, the Atlantean version could somehow exponentially amplify the power of the sun's rays using the firestone. Omar claims that the Atlantean scientists had also developed an antimatter weapon. He says, quote, when a beam of antimatter comes in contact with ordinary matter, it instantaneously converted it into invisible energy. In other words, it vaporized it. No wonder traces of Atlantean buildings and cities are so hard to find. They were converted into invisible energy. It is said that one of these antimatter rays is still operating in the Bermuda Triangle, underwater, and has been causing ships and planes to disappear. End quote. Our scientists secretly learned how to use antimatter propulsion power from the Eben aliens when we sent a military team to their planet in the mid-60s. Reference chapter 21 in this audiobook, as well as my book, Secret Journey to Planet Serpo. Its use on alien spacecraft was first reported by Robert Laser, who revealed that he observed it when he worked at Site S4 at Area 51. We learned how to convert matter to energy differently when we developed the atom bomb, and now perform this routinely in our nuclear energy power plants. But this is done by triggering atomic chain bombardments of highly unstable elements like uranium, and not by direct, controlled conversions of matter to energy using an antimatter ray. Atomic Wars. Omar cites evidence that the Atlanteans also had nuclear weapons. Apparently, war erupted between Atlantis and the inhabitants of the Indian subcontinent. It seems very unlikely that the early human tribes had already spread to India, and even if they had, it would have been almost impossible for primitive humans with no technology to be at war with high-tech Atlantean humans. So that would suggest that probably the reptilian Nagas had taken over the surface there. That makes sense, since we know that they inhabited the entire underground complex beneath India, in which was located their capital city of Bogavita. Omar tells us that ancient tomes like the Book of Zayan, kept by Tibetan monks, and the Indian Ramayana and Dronaparva and others, describe destruction that could only have been created by atomic explosions. He says, the Rama Empire was devastated by nuclear bombs, laser-powered guided missiles, rockets, and fallout described in such detail that the truth cannot be mistaken. There is no way that primitive men could have invented that technical knowledge. Of the Book of Zayan, he says, quote, the book continues to give a vivid, detailed description of the atomic explosions that followed when the missile hit its target, including the mushroom cloud, the fireball that made men blind when they looked at it, the unbearable wave of heat, genetic deformities after the battle, and radiation sickness exactly like what happened in Hiroshima, Japan, after an atomic bomb was dropped in 1945, end quote. Furthermore, the Rig Veda says, the fire from the terrible weapon destroyed cities by producing a light brighter than 1,000 suns. There is some evidence that the war spread to Central and South America. Once again, it is very unlikely that the recently created human race would have strayed so far from Mesopotamia. And what reason would they have had to be at war with their fellow human Atlans? So we can reasonably assume that the Atlanteans were attacking reptilian surface strongholds in those areas. Omar describes the evidence. Where else did the Atlanteans strike? Why is it that all of the great Mayan, Aztec, Inca, and Toltec civilizations in the Americas were built in the South Tropics in hot, steamy, uncomfortable, humid jungles so dense it was a major hassle for farming and construction, or so high up in the desolate barren Andes, farming was exceptionally difficult? They, the natives, told of a huge war there long ago, using terrible weapons from the sky that devastated the cities and left a mysterious energy in the air that killed the crops, poisoned the survivors, and ruined the soil. Omar says further about this. In the public library in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, is the historical account of a hidden and great city of ancient date found without inhabitants. Over 300 men were on an expedition deep into the Amazon jungle in search of the gold, and they found a ruined paved road, part of which had been destroyed by a huge disaster. They followed it into the ruins to a once splendid deserted city. The road in one area was a view of crystals and multicolored brilliance. The book went on to describe how there was no furniture in the houses, no footprints, and no life anywhere. There was a huge plaza, statue, and an obelisk badly damaged as if struck by lightning, and a temple with a magnificent facade. In the halls were found art of great beauty, and statues and portraits. In the book, the men said, in all the expanse of mills we found no grass, weeds, trees, or plants. The country beyond the city consisted of green fields dotted with blooming flowers, spherical gold coins, hieroglyphics, ancient beyond recognition, and artifacts were found. Omar asks, what disaster destroyed this once glorious city, having no trace of inhabitants? And what energy other than nuclear fallout could exterminate all vegetation and keep the jungle from overgrowing the city for thousands of years? Apparently the reptilians too had atomic bombs and struck back at the Maldekians in the Gobi. We learned from Omar, quote, the desert sands in the ruined city in the Gobi is vitrified into glass, just exactly like the desert sands in Nevada where atomic bombs were tested in the 1940s. And the huge hard solid stone buildings are melted by a temperature so high that it could have only been caused by lasers or atomic bombs, end quote. This attack evidently forced the Maldekians to retreat underground to escape from the fallout. There they founded a subsurface city, which famously became known as Agartha. All of this indicates that the Atlan's war with the reptilians continued in full force even after Lemuria was gone. The Federation conducted the battle on several fronts. In what was apparently a coordinated campaign, the Martians, now inhabiting Sumer, and the Maldekians in the Gobi area attacked the reptilian lunar colonies, while the Atlans dealt with reptilian surface eruptions all over the globe. It was a planet-wide take-no-prisoners confrontation, with the human forces now employing awesome high-tech weaponry. It was, after all, a battle for the entire solar system, and Earth was the critical battleground. The Federation was determined not to allow the Sol system to become another Lyra. The reptilian fifth column. After suffering devastating losses all over the surface of the planet and on the moon, the reptilians apparently realized they had to change their tactics. They resorted to their time-honored technique for conquering another planet, hybridization. They were, after all, master geneticists. By creating human-looking people with as much as 50% reptilian genes, they could enlist these beings and use them to infiltrate key positions on Atlantis, and then could ultimately force Atlantis to destroy itself. The reptilians had been using hybridization and infiltration as a softening-up tactic in their victories throughout the galaxy. In the modern era, it was nationalist General Emilio Mola who coined the term fifth column in 1936 during the Spanish Civil War. In the battle for Madrid, he said he had 4 columns of soldiers and a 5th column of infiltrators inside the city. It seems likely that Mola and the nationalist commander, General Francisco Franco, had strategic help from reptilian allies, who we now know were heavily invested in a fascist takeover of Europe. This was probably not a tactic taught at the straight-laced Toledo Military Academy from which he graduated. After the sinking of Lemuria, the reptilians had easy access to the surface world through the many openings all over the world, so it was not difficult for them to begin their assault on Atlantis by infiltrating the Atlan civilization from below. The reptilians, since they reside in the 4th dimension, have power over evil beasts and other malevolent entities in the astral realm. They have learned how to employ those entities to overshadow and corrupt otherwise innocent humans. They created a cadre of black magicians on Atlantis by abducting Atlan humans for their DNA and combining it with their own, thus exposing the new creatures to influences from the astral plane. The Atlantean initiates were clairvoyant anyway, and now the newly born hybrids use their natural clairvoyance for evil. A potent school for black magicians sprang up on Atlantis, where they were taught to use sexual energies to supply the power for their workings. Eventually, they constituted an army. The leader was a powerful black magician named Orhuarpa. In the Revolution of Beelzebub, Samael Aun Weor says, when Orhuarpa saw that people were worshipping him as a god, he amassed a powerful army and marched against Talon, the city of the 7 gates of massive gold, where the white magicians from Atlantis reigned. During the day, Orhuarpa fought dressed in steel with shield, helmet, casque, and sword. Yet during the night, he unleashed his beasts with his witchcraft. They were in the form of wolves, and they destroyed his enemies. This is how he captured Talon, the city with the 7 gates of massive gold. He became emperor of Atlantis, thus establishing the cult of the tenebrous sun. The migrations and the cataclysms. The city was later recaptured by the white magician leader, Master Moria. Huarpa then enclosed himself in a tower. The white magician set fire to the tower, and Huarpa was burned alive. Aun Weor says, quote, "Unfortunately, events did not end here. Huarpa immediately reincarnated again, and when he was old enough, he reunited his army of warriors and sorcerers and marched against Talon, but he could not capture the city again, so he established his own throne against the other throne." End quote. The white magicians were then warned to leave Atlantis because it would soon sink. Other clairvoyant groups also saw the handwriting on the wall and began massive emigrations out of Atlantis. They went east to Egypt and Agartha and west to the Americas. Subsurface colonies were created underground in the South American jungle and under Mount Shasta and Death Valley in North America. The scientists had developed submarines and used them to create domed underwater cities to which many fled to escape the approaching cataclysms. Mountainous locations such as Machu Picchu and the high plateau in Peru surrounding Lake Titicaca became havens. Wherever they went, the Atlanteans brought with them advanced spirituality and science. As they integrated into the still primitive human populations, they were viewed as gods. After they left, on Atlantis, the forces unleashed by the black magicians ignited dormant volcanoes. Aun Weor continues. Certain dangerous igneous manifestations started to appear in Atlantis. This was because the use of the sexual forces, when utilized for black magic, made the fire of the dormant volcanoes enter into activity. The sexual forces have an intimate relationship with all the forces of nature, because the sexual forces reside not only in our sexual organs, but also in all of our cells, and moreover, within each atom of the cosmos. The sexual force is the cause of electricity. It is logical then that the dormant volcanoes would enter into activity, since by means of the sexual energy, the volcanoes were intimately related with the black magicians. However, there are even more potent forces destabilizing the continent. The Atlans realized that the reptilians were making inroads from underground and devised a plan of attack. They decided to point the death ray directly down to destroy whatever reptilian forces lurked below ground. The resulting tectonic stresses were disastrous when combined with the volcanoes energized by the black magicians. The Earth's axis tilted over, causing a 90-degree pole shift. Omar describes the catastrophe. Huge cracks in the earth opened and swallowed entire cities. Lava buried roads and towns. Glacier ground cities to powder and covered them. The death ray and nuclear bombs disintegrated civilizations, and tons of mud from receding tidal waves buried whole cultures. 400+ miles per hour winds blew vehicles and objects high into the sky and out to sea, only to rain matter and flesh back to the new ocean bottoms. The rampaging fires destroyed every forest on the planet and most of its animal life. The annihilation was so complete that mammoths, saber-toothed tigers, bisons, and other animals became extinct. Nuclear winter set in, and the smoke of thousands of erupting volcanoes and bombs hid the sun for decades and froze life on the surface. Those who remained on the surface in colonies died. Dust unto dust. The survivors waited in their refuges until the radioactive dust had cleared, and then emerged into a new world. Omar waxes poetic as he describes the desolation. He says, "Gone were all of humanity's great achievements. Gone was 60,000 years of scientific progress, destroyed in one single night. Gone were the futuristic crystal cities, an age which today's science can only envision, existed in that ever so faint, yet brilliant distant past. Gone were the interplanetary ships, the teleportation temples, and the cities of gold. Gone were mankind's hopes and their dreams. Gone were the factories, the machines, and the robots that had supplied Atlantis with all her needs. Gone were the planetary governments that had made all decisions for a race that had ceased to think for itself. What was left in the ashes was global anarchy. Some believed the Atlanteans had gambled with the Creator in a deadly game of life and had lost. The devastation that followed had few, if any, parallels in history, from dust to dust. In a way, it was fortuitous for the newly created human race. They could now start out on their own to build a new civilization. The black magicians were now on the bottom of the Atlantic, but a small contingent of reptilians remained safe in the underground layers in India and Antarctica. The white magicians still existed in remote places to guide the new humanity on the right spiritual path. The situation was analogous to the destruction of Lyra. Because of that catastrophic event, the humans spread throughout the galaxy, populating new worlds and turning it into a human galaxy. Now the human race could spread all over the planet and make Earth a new and secure home for humanity. Perhaps this entire scenario was orchestrated by a much higher power for that very purpose. Chapter 9. After the Flood. According to Edgar Cayce, the migration of the children of the Law of One from Atlantis to Egypt occurred about 10,500 BCE. It was led by the white magicians, who had learned from occult sources that the continent was going to sink beneath the ocean. The black magicians did not get this warning, and so they perished in the deluge. Cayce does not mention how these people made the journey. It was not a long distance. It was just necessary to cross over the narrow North Atlantic current and then traverse North Africa to the headwaters of the Nile, but they did not have to sail and walk. More than likely, they had anti-gravity aerial transportation, which was commonly used in Atlantis at that time, so they probably arrived in spaceships. There was a community of humans in Egypt at that time, since they originated nearby in Mesopotamia about 30,000 years previously, and it is very likely that they had spread by then to the Nile Valley. One can imagine how awestruck the humans must have been to watch these metallic vessels, seemingly from heaven, disgorge these tall, shining beings. Certainly, they would have worshipped them as gods. The God of Magic. Perhaps the most important priest leading the colonization was Thoth, known to the Greeks as Hermes Trismegistus. Thoth was later known as the god of magic and of writing, and was represented on monuments with the head of an ibis in place of a human head, and sometimes that of a baboon. Thoth was a great scientist and mathematician, and is credited with the planning and building of the Great Pyramid of Giza. It should be realized that this early cohort of settlers in Egypt were all descended from the Atlans, the original founders of Atlantis, and consequently, they did not have the reptilian brain. Thoth was also the architect of the Sphinx. Both the Great Pyramid and the Sphinx are now believed to have been built around 10,000 BCE. In a later Egyptian period, Thoth was also considered to be the god of measurement, thus testifying to his role in building the Great Pyramid. Author John Anthony West and Yale-educated geologist Robert Schoch have made a solid case for their proposition that the Sphinx was created around 10,000 BCE, based on the water erosion traces on its base. In addition, the 200-ton blocks in the wall in the Valley Temple in the Sphinx complex testify to its creation by an advanced technology that could move such huge blocks. Some of these blocks have been lifted to a height of 40 feet, much higher than the 50-ton blocks at Stonehenge. The Atlanteans had that technology based on sound, as did the reptilians. Once the blocks were carved out, they could be floated on air to the construction site by directed sound waves. West showed that there is only one crane in the entire world today that could have lifted such a weight. As previously discussed, the reptilians had a sound weapon mounted on their Death Star that could emit sound waves that caused buildings to crumble and that could lift enormous weights. The Atlans had similar weapons. Another building obviously much older than originally believed is the Osirion at Abydos. It is part of the Temple of Seti I, but is underground and displays a very different architecture and construction technique than the temple proper. Some of the stones in the wall are estimated to be about 100 tons. West and Schock both believe it was built contemporaneously with the Sphinx and the Great Pyramid, dating it to about 10,000 BCE. Clearly, there was an advanced civilization inhabiting the Nile Valley at that time. Most of it is now buried under the sands of time, with the exception of these three remarkable structures. This civilization apparently sprang into existence literally overnight, since there is no evidence of a preceding primitive settlement. The only explanation for the arrival of such a high-tech colony in the Nile Valley at that time is that it had originated from an equally high-tech civilization on Atlantis. Without father, without mother. This sudden appearance of such a high culture in Egypt, without having developed from a primitive society, is discussed in Atlantis, the Antediluvian World by Ignatius Donnelly. He says, quote, Renan says it has no archaic epoch. Osborne says it bursts upon us at once in the flower of its highest perfection. Joseph Seiss says, in A Miracle in Stone, it suddenly takes its place in the world in all its matchless magnificence, without father, without mother, and as clean apart from all evolution as if it had dropped from the unknown heavens. End quote. It had dropped from Atlantis. George Rawlinson says in The Origin of Nations, Now in Egypt, it is notorious that there is no indication of any period of savagery or barbarism. All the authorities agree that however far back we go, we find in Egypt no rude or uncivilized time out of which civilization is developed. Menes, the first king, changes the course of the Nile, makes a great reservoir, and builds the Temple of Ptah at Memphis. In Egypt, we have the oldest of the Old World children of Atlantis. In her magnificence, we have a testimony to the development attained by the parent country, by that country whose kings were the gods of succeeding nations, and whose kingdom extended to the uttermost ends of the earth. Egypt's arts, crafts, and sciences were highly developed right from the beginning. Donnelly says, They had clocks and dials for measuring time. They possessed gold and silver money. They were the first agriculturalists of the Old World, raising all the cereals, cattle, horses, sheep, etc. They manufactured linen of so fine a quality that in the days of King Amasis, 600 years BC, a single thread of a garment was composed of 365 minor threads. They worked in gold, silver, copper, bronze, and iron. They tempered iron to the hardness of steel. They were the first chemists. The word chemistry comes from chemi, and chemi means Egypt. They manufactured glass and all kinds of pottery. They made boats out of earthenware. Their dentists filled teeth with gold. Their farmers hatched poultry by artificial heat. They were the first musicians. They possessed guitars, single and double pipes, cymbals, drums, lyres, harps, flutes, the sambric, asher, etc. They had even castanets, such as are now used in Spain. In medicine and surgery, they had reached such a degree of perfection that several hundred years BC, the operation for the removal of a cataract from the eye was performed among them, one of the most delicate and difficult feats of surgery, only attempted by us in recent times. Donnelly says further, they were the first mathematicians of the Old World. Those Greeks whom we regard as the fathers of mathematics were simply pupils of Egypt. They were the first land surveyors. They were the first astronomers, calculating eclipses and watching the periods of planets and constellations. They knew the rotundity of the earth, which it was supposed Columbus had discovered. Regarding their treatment of women and their corresponding social mores, he says, Monogamy was the strict rule. Not even the kings in the early days were allowed to have more than one wife. The wife's rights of separate property and her dower were protected by law. She was the lady of the house. She could buy, sell, and trade on her own account. In case of divorce, her dowry was to be repaid to her with interest at a high rate. The marriage ceremony embraced an oath not to contract any other matrimonial alliance. The wife's status was as high in the earliest days of Egypt as it is now in the most civilized nations of Europe or America. And of course, there is this amazing architecture and statuary looming up from the desert floor, unequaled by anything remotely comparable at that distant epoch. The Temple of Karnak can contain the entire Notre Dame Cathedral, and the 60-foot statues of the pharaohs carved into the rock guarding the temples of Ramses at Abu Simbel were magnificent works of art on a massive scale. To this day, nobody can understand how they were able to erect such huge obelisks, all carved in one piece of stone, now standing in cities all over the world. All of these marvels in stone in Egypt were revealed to the world the magnificence of the civilization that had preceded it, the amazing prehistoric kingdom that now lies beneath the waves of the Atlantic. Greece and Rome. Swerdlow tells us that Greece also became a colony of Atlantis around 10,000 BCE, prior to the deluge. He says this was an original colony that was at war with Atlantis, similar to a civil war. The Atlanteans sent armies against Greece because it was trying to break away, resulting in the various nation-states of Sparta, Athens, Macedonia, etc. Plato speaks of this war between Atlantis and Athens in the dialogues of the Critias and Timaeus, written about 400 BCE, now extracted and combined into one book titled The Atlantis Dialogue, with the original translation by Benjamin Jowett. In this dialogue, Critias quotes the conversation between Solon, the Athenian lawgiver, and the Egyptian priest Sais when Solon visited Egypt. Sais says, "Now in this island of Atlantis, there was a great and wonderful empire, which had rule over the whole island and several others, and over parts of the continent. This vast power, gathered into one, endeavored to subdue at a blow our country Egypt, and yours Athens, and the whole of the region within the straits, and then, Solon, your country shone forth, in the excellence of her virtue and strength among all mankind. She was preeminent in courage and military skill, and was the leader of the Hellenes. And when the rest fell off from her, being compelled to stand alone, after having undergone the very extremity of danger, she defeated and triumphed over the invaders, and preserved from slavery those who were not yet subjugated, and generously liberated all the rest of us who dwell within the Pillars of Hercules." According to Swerdlow, quote, Greece spread across the Asian continent and all the way to Persia. At one time, Greece went as far west as Spain. Over 30 Greek city-states with approximately 90 colonies existed in the Mediterranean. Greek colonies were established along the coast of southern France, Corsica, Sardinia, Sicily, southern Italy, Crete, throughout the Black Sea, Cyprus, Turkey, the Middle East, Syria, and even Egypt. The Greeks were one of the first people in ancient Israel and occupied Jerusalem. They brought the Hellenistic way of life with them. End quote. The Hellenistic way of life was really the Atlantean way of life. Like the Egyptians, the Grecians also had no barbaric period. They existed as a high civilization right from their origins, as testified by the writings of Homer. The Etruscan civilization in northern Italy developed from a Greek colony. The Etruscans, with a highly disciplined military, eventually conquered the other Greek settlements centered around Rome. The Romans essentially organized the Greek colonies under Roman rule. Rome was able to conquer the people in all the Greek colonies because they were already civilized, spoke similar dialects, and were therefore easy to absorb. Thus, a loose conglomerate of Greek city-states under Etruscan organization became the Roman Empire. This means that the entire early Roman Empire was directly descended from Atlantis. Sumer. According to Swerdlow, the Sumerian society appeared almost overnight, around 5000 BCE, as a fully developed high human civilization in what is now southern Iraq and Kuwait. Please refer to Chapter 7. As with Egypt, there was no primitive period in Sumer that slowly developed into an advanced era. This is consonant with his claim that it was based on a settlement of Martians who were really refugees from Lyra. They had first settled on the surface of Mars, but then were forced to go underground after the reptilian ice comet attack had stripped off much of the Martian atmosphere. Tired of living underground and having spacefaring technology, they moved to Earth and colonized Sumer. More than likely, they were encouraged to make that change by the Federation, which was assembling a population of Lyran expatriates on the Earth to suppress the reptilians. Some of the Sumerian clay tablets do clearly show spaceships, as well as the correct planetary configuration of the solar system, which knowledge could have only been obtained through space travel. The Sumerians had a complicated language and left behind hundreds of thousands of texts inscribed in cuneiform into clay tablets. These tablets covered a wide variety of subjects, including personal and business letters, receipts, legal matters, hymns and prayers, stories, and diary-type records of daily events. Many of these tablets were incorporated into libraries, which survived intact. Such writings testify to the existence of a highly sophisticated society busy with all the activities of an intelligent and worldly people. Although a patriarchal society, they treated women with respect and granted them high social status. They even permitted the practice of polyandry for a time, in which women could have multiple husbands, before that convention was eventually outlawed. Widows were allowed to remarry without condemnation. Their legal system was humane and fair, attempting to respect individual rights and freedoms while maintaining law and order. As early as 4600 BCE, the Sumerians had developed a complex system of measurements and mathematics, including arithmetic, geometry, and algebra. Their pottery displayed intricate artistic designs, and they were very fond of music, especially played on string instruments called lyres. The word lyre suggests that it originated on Lyra, the original homeworld of the Martians. At its height, the Sumerian population reached about 1 million. There had been a human colony in Sumer prior to the arrival of the Martians. The human civilization in the Middle East was created by the Hattona Council about 40,000 years earlier, as previously explained in Chapter 7, and had begun to spread throughout the area. The Martians were viewed as gods by the humans when they arrived. They did interbreed with the humans, thus explaining the biblical phrase in Genesis 6, verses 1 through 4, "The sons of God came in to the daughters of man, and they bore children to them. These were the mighty men who were of old, the men of renown." In the Ugaritic text of the Bible, this phrase reads, "sons of the gods," rather than "sons of God." This is an important distinction. It suggests that since the humans in Sumer viewed the Martians as gods, their sons were the ones referred to in this text. It makes sense that their offspring would be mighty men, since their genetic makeup probably did not include the full reptilian DNA contributed by the humans. This miscegenation was only possible because both races were basically human, and thus were able to produce human offspring. It was only after the arrival of the Martians that the Sumerian civilization blossomed and became truly civilized. There is some evidence that the Martian spaceships first landed at Baalbek in northern Lebanon. This is the site of an ancient temple built with huge blocks, some weighing 800 tons, believed to have been built around 9,000 years earlier. The Romans built their Temple of Jupiter on top of this original structure and founded the city of Heliopolis there. Evidently, the Sumerians knew about the flood that had destroyed Atlantis. 4 clay tablets recently discovered make reference to that deluge. Please refer to Plate 4 in the supplemental PDF. It is unlikely that this knowledge would have been available to the primitive humans then inhabiting Sumer, and consequently, this news was probably brought in by the Martians. In retrospect, it seems very likely that the Federation made the decision to settle the Martians on Earth to maintain a human presence there, to contain the reptilians after the destruction of Atlantis. The Martians would be able to protect the human population from resurgent reptilians emerging from their underground lair. The Anunnaki. The high-tech Martians in Sumer, together with the Atlantean Imigre civilization in Egypt, already then well established, dominated the entire Middle East and constituted a strong human presence on the planet, well able to keep the reptilians from surface encroachments in the absence of Atlantis. The protective Martian military factor was particularly important in northern Iraq. It was known that a Stargate existed at Uruk, somewhere north of what is now Baghdad, and it was feared that the Anunnaki could come through in numbers when their homeworld, Nibiru, passed close to Earth and could upset the established human civilization. While the Anunnaki were also of reptilian origin, they were not allied in any way with the Draco-Orionite reptilians, who were living underground in deep caverns. Regardless, the Martians wanted nothing to do with the Anunnaki, or with any reptilian group. Consequently, the establishment of a militarized zone around the Stargate was justified to prevent the Anunnaki from coming through when Nibiru made its next pass in its 3,600-year journey around our sun. However, while the Anunnaki might have no longer been a threat, the reptilians themselves, safe in their deep underground realm, were already beginning to plan their takeover of the surface world. They were in no hurry. If there is one thing the reptilians have plenty of, it is patience. Chapter 10. The Rebellion. The rulership of the faraway colonies in the Sol solar system was tenuous at best. It had fallen to the Wolfen Syrians to act as governors of the Earth mining operations. Since the reptilian males in the military forces had their lifespans reduced by the Orion scientists, they had to defer to the more senior Syrians, who became the commanders. Because they were the strongest and most organized, they were the chief administrators. But life underground on Earth was not to their liking, and they petitioned the queens for relief and new assignments, which were not granted. They became dissatisfied and restless. The Advent of Marduk. Chief among the discontented Syrian leaders was Prince Marduk, the son of the Wolfen Prince Enki and grandson of King On. He decided to challenge the Orion overlords for hegemony over the solar system and to make it his personal fiefdom, independent of the empire. He knew it would be difficult for the Draco and Orion military to send spaceship forces to defend the star at the very edge of the galaxy, even though it had supreme strategic importance, positioned as it was at the gateway to the ninth passageway star lane, the Peshma 10. In his bid for supreme power, Marduk sought the support of the underground ones. These were the reptilian workers who inhabited huge caverns on all the conquered worlds of the empire, supervised the mining operations, and maintained the administrative apparatus. They kept the empire functioning for the Orion queens and princesses. They were notoriously dissatisfied and rebellious, always seeking to find new ways to undermine the authority and rulership of the queens. Marduk met with the leaders of the Earth underground, known as the SSATA, and made his appeal. Morning Sky says, quote, "Despised and dreaded, the SSATA rebels gave audience to the prince, promising them great wealth and power and full participation in his empire in exchange for their support. A daunting Marduk elicited their support. Eagerly, the SSATA seized the opportunity to support an effort against the Syrian overlords. By weakening the Syrian empire, so too the Orion queens would be weakened." End quote. And by supporting Marduk, if they were successful, the rebels would gain a stranglehold on the ninth passageway, which meant that the Orion queens would have to negotiate with them. And if it didn't succeed, the death of Marduk would satisfy both the Syrians and the queen and would have no ramifications in their vital underground empire. Their work was too important. But their support still wasn't enough to guarantee a victory. Deep underground was yet another group of servile workers known as the HENT. They were a hybrid combination of Syrians and reptilians created by the queens. As faithful and trusted administrators, they had risen to become royal families and to occupy key mid-level administrative positions in the reign of Lord Prince Enlil, although they were not given enough higher intelligence to challenge the system. Marduk assiduously courted the cooperation of the HENT under the earth. He pledged to them that they would become the administrators of his realm. He even promised that they would share in the wealth of his empire, and would be given future territories of their own. The SSATA added their persuasive talents to the enlistment. Both groups being part reptilian, they were distant cousins. The senior, most loyal and trusted members of the HENT were known as the SHET. They were recruited first, and they began to persuade the rank-and-file HENTT workers to the cause. Those who joined in the plot became known as the SHETI. They began to sabotage the spaceships of the Syrian warriors under Enlil. Morning Sky tells us, quote, following the initial infiltration of the ranks of HENT in the underground operations, the conspiracy moved into the very inner core of the administration of Lord Prince Enlil. The command forces, including the communication and logistic departments, were also targeted. Carefully and deliberately, the conspiracy gained a foothold in every department of Lord Prince Enlil's administration. End quote. When all was ready, Marduk attacked the solar system in force. It was a total surprise. The HENT communication workers blacked out news of the invasion, so there was no immediate response by the Syrian warriors. When the warriors finally began defensive operations, their sabotage warships were ineffective. Eventually, all communications went silent. It was all over very quickly, with a direct confrontation avoided. Marduk was now the undisputed ruler of the Syrian and reptilian forces in the Sol star system, and he now controlled the entrance to the Ninth Passageway. Marduk ascended to supreme power in Babylon about 1700 BCE, at a time when the Babylonian Empire had reached full development and dominated the Mesopotamian Valley in the Middle Bronze Age. He quickly improved the mining operations and continued to send ore and metals to the Syrian and Orion empires, using existing spacefaring technology centered at the Baalbek spaceport. This had been in place in what is now northern Lebanon since the arrival of the Martians around 5000 BCE. This vastly increased the wealth of his realm. Further enriching the new dynasty was the rediscovery by the SHETI scientists of the drug SMA, which was used by the Queens of Orion to extend their lives. This drug quickly became very popular throughout the galaxy and added immense riches to the royal treasury. Marduk became more affluent and more powerful than the rulers of the Orion and Syrian empires. The Sun God. As the grandson of King An, Marduk was already considered a god, but his godlike stature was enhanced by his self-appointment as the sun god Ra, and his heroic exploits became mythologized in the Babylonian epic of creation, the Enuma Elish, which was unearthed in 1876. In the Terra Papers, The Hidden History of Planet Earth, Morning Sky says, quote, once seated, Marduk began his final campaign, to change or destroy any records which attributed any heroic or kingly achievements to anyone other than himself. Stone monuments, obelisks, and edifices were altered by stonecutters. Tablets of clay or wood were burned or destroyed. No records of any other monarch would remain. Marduk had become the beginning and the end of all things. He had appointed himself Lord God and creator of the universe. Henceforth, he was the sun god Ra. End quote. Marduk's claim that he was the sun god Ra connects him with Akhenaten, who became pharaoh of Egypt about 400 years later. Akhenaten abolished polytheism and instituted worship of the one god Ra throughout Egypt. This was, in effect, an acknowledgement that Marduk was to be worshipped as the one true God. According to Zechariah Sitchin, there may be reason to believe that Marduk was still alive during the reign of Akhenaten, which means that he had made good use of the SMA drug. In Sitchin's timeline, taken from Cosmic Code, the sixth book of his series The Earth Chronicles, Marduk was alive at least from 3450 to 2024 BCE. Whether or not he was still alive in 1300 BCE, Akhenaten became his disciple, and he too, like Marduk, embarked on a campaign to eradicate from all monuments and obelisks throughout Egypt, as Marduk had done in Babylon, any mention of the former Egyptian gods. The eradication of inscriptions and carvings on monuments and buildings was a partial solution. It was also necessary to make the human colonists and workers forget the previous gods and kings so that they would know only Marduk as God. To accomplish this, Marduk called on the SSATA scientists to use their mind-altering technology developed by the scientists in Orion to reprogram the minds of the humans. Reprogramming centers were created underground, and the humans were enticed or forced to enter these chambers, where their memories would be erased. They would walk down long tunnels to the brightly lit rooms, believing some reward awaited them. Frequently, screen memories were implanted to replace the lost remembrances. A vague uneasiness. Morning Sky describes the resulting feelings of the reprogrammed humans. Quote, "As they went their separate ways, however, they each had a vague uneasiness. Something was not there anymore. Something was missing. Moreover, curiously, though they seemed not to have common backgrounds, each remembered, each recalled, a bright light at the end of a tunnel, and each one knew that they were supposed to go to the light and enter the light, where their ultimate reward resided." End quote. Footnote. This narrative of the mental reprogramming of the human workforce under Marduk clearly parallels the universal descriptions of near-death experiencers today, who all report going through a tunnel and being drawn to a bright light at the end of the tunnel. They then claim that they emerge into a beautiful world where the memories of their lives are wiped clean, and from where they are eventually reincarnated. Could this all be an alien deception? Are we simply being recycled back to the physical realm to continue laboring for our alien masters with a vague uneasiness, like the workers in Egypt? End footnote. According to Morning Sky, Marduk and the SHETI took one more precaution to isolate the human population, and to make sure they received no information or assistance from outside friendly powers. They wanted them to focus only on producing for the sun god and knowing nothing else, as good slaves are expected to do. They constructed a network of high towers all over the planet, which would transmit a cloud of electronic signals designed to keep the human workers in a fog, a docile state. The electronic blanket also served as a cover, preventing outside signals from reaching the human workers. Upon reflection, this network of towers may have been the obelisks. The granite composition exhibits a certain electronic resonance. These obelisks are now all over the world. The original ancient Egyptian obelisks have been moved to the major cities, and others have been constructed in hundreds of minor locations. And in Washington, D.C., has been erected the largest one in the world, 555 feet high, the Washington Monument, which constitutes a direct connection with ancient Egypt and Babylonia. Is it possible that these obelisks constitute our electronic blanket? Male power rules the earth. But the obelisks may also serve another purpose. The new sun god Ra decided that the female goddesses of Orion would no longer influence the human slaves. Henceforth, the rulership would revert back to the males. In the Terra Papers, The Hidden History of Planet Earth, Morning Sky says, quote, "Where once all humans and Syrian subjects were forced to praise the Syrian lords and ultimately give greater honor to the Orion queens, Lord Ra, with the approval of the SSATA rebel queens, began to systematically remove all traces of a mother goddess presence. Henceforth, the omnipotent one was a male, the sun god Ra himself. Males would dominate every aspect of life. It was time for females to relinquish their exalted place of power." End quote. And so it seems that we are meant to be reminded of this change by the presence of phallic symbols of male power all over the globe, the obelisks. The largest ancient obelisk, uncovered in 2014, remains in an unfinished state at Baalbek. It is claimed that it would have been 1,800 tons when completed. It is known as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. Supposedly, this name derives from the belief that a woman who touches the stone will become more fertile, a myth that would confirm the idea that the obelisks were giant phallic symbols. Since the creation of the temple complex has been dated to the Neolithic age, it would have even predated the advent of Marduk, probably dating back to the arrival of the Martians in 5000 BCE. However, it is known to have been later dedicated to the male god Baal, hence the name Baalbek, and to the sun god Ra. This suggests that Baalbek was a center of civilization during the time of Marduk, and it may be that this huge obelisk was to have been dedicated to Marduk when completed. During the Hellenistic era, in the 4th century BCE, the Greeks conflated Baal with the sun god, and the city was called Heliopolis, or the city of the sun. The Romans later placed the great court of the Temple of Jupiter over the ancient ruins. To further guarantee that the human laborers would learn nothing of the past history of the planet, or of extraterrestrials who might improve their lot, the SHETI closed off all sources of information and scholarship that might reveal even a snippet of the truth of their condition. Historical clay tablets and scrolls were destroyed or secreted away. This, together with the electronic blanket, kept the human race in a state of ignorance and virtual, if not actual, enslavement. The SHETI wanted them to keep their collective noses to the grindstone. This policy established precedents that remain in force even today, despite liberal universities and the internet. Even in the American Fortress of Freedom, pressure to avoid journalistic ridicule for believing in conspiracies and to remain politically correct is enormous. The SHETI coup. To further cement his rulership, Marduk placed only his most trusted administrators and priests and his children in positions of power and influence. The critical reprogramming and reanimation centers were placed under the control of an elite group of high priests. They also served as top-level administrators of the empire. In Egypt, they communicated in hieroglyphics, a language that was not available to the masses. But Marduk's grasp on the levers of power was really totally dependent on the SHETI, who effectively ran the empire, and he knew it. Morning Sky says, quote, recognizing his throne was vulnerable, Lord God Marduk reconsidered the possibility of a reunion with the Syrian Empire. His wealth and power surely gave him bargaining power, he felt. Lord God Ra was in need of another alliance to protect himself. It was, however, too late. End quote. Overnight, a bloodless coup took place. Morning Sky says, quote, no violence, no battle. The SHETI simply and quietly took everything over. As the sun rose over the palace, the SHETI were in control. All elite warrior guard forces of the Lord Ra were imprisoned or eliminated. There remained only the task of capturing God Ra himself. End quote. Some sources claim that Marduk was captured and imprisoned in the Great Pyramid of Giza, which was then sealed. Denied access to his life-extending drugs and the ministrations of his scientists, it was believed that he would eventually die there. However, those sources also claim that he was rescued by a band of his faithful followers, who dug out a passageway under the pyramid, and then he fled back to his ancestral home, the Sirius star system. This supposedly occurred sometime in the 2nd century BCE. Chapter 11. The Shemsu Hor. Near Bogavata stands the place where dwells the host of the serpent race, a broad-wayed city, walled and barred, which watchful legions keep and guard. The fiercest of the serpent youth, each awful for his venomed tooth, enthroned in his imperial hall, is Vasuki, who rules them all, the Ramayana. The SHETI maintain all the policies and the religion of Marduk. They did not want to arouse dissatisfaction or rebellion by the human slaves. They remain patriarchal, relegating females to subjugation and keeping in place the worship of one true God. From all indications, the advent of rulership by the SHETI appears to have been around 2400 BCE. In order to gain religious control in Egypt, they infiltrated the priesthood and substituted worship of Amun instead of Ra, although they tolerated references to Ra. According to Xavier Hayes in his book Aliens in Ancient Egypt, The Brotherhood of the Serpent and the Secrets of the Nile Civilization, over time, the underground SHETI eventually took over the Amun priesthood and turned it into the Brotherhood of the Snake. Hayes does not use the term Sheti in his book, but refers to the reptilians as the Shemsu Hor, which translates to the followers of Horus. The Shemsu Hor have been known by many different names in the course of history, depending on the primary culture of each era. Hayes says, quote, "The means by which the Shemsu Hor achieved their goal of regaining lost technology on Earth remains a mystery, but somehow they did so. Early in Egypt's 18th dynasty, 1539 to 1295 BC, they made their mark on human civilization." End quote. The Shemsu Hor rose to sub-rosa power by backing the young pharaoh Thutmose III. Please refer to Plate 6 in the supplemental PDF. Starting in 1479 BCE as a boy, Thutmose ruled for 22 years as a co-regent with Queen Hatshepsut, who was his stepmother and his aunt. Thutmose became her military commander as he grew older. Hatshepsut's reign was an obstacle to the military designs of the Shemsu Hor, and they wanted her out of the way. She abhorred war and sought to inculcate a peace-loving attitude in her subjects, whereas Thutmose sought to enlarge the empire by conquest. In 1473 BCE, she had herself declared the sole pharaoh and adopted a male persona by wearing the traditional fake beard and masculine attire. She had a long and successful reign and was a popular leader. She is remembered for restoring prosperity to Egypt and for her many building projects, including 2 obelisks at Karnak and her magnificent mortuary temple complex at Deir el-Bahri. Despite her cross-dressing, Hatshepsut sought to restore the lost divine feminine philosophy in her rulership. This particularly upset the patriarchal Shemsu Hor because it blocked their expansionist goals, and they plotted to kill her. It is believed that Thutmose had her assassinated, probably with the complicity of the Shemsu Hor, so that he could seize full power. She died in her 50s. Fiery discs. Shortly after Thutmose ascended to pharaonic rulership at the age of 21, a very strange incident occurred. The Shemsu Hor staged a dramatic exhibition of spaceships in the sky, as if to confirm and celebrate their satisfaction with and endorsement of the new pharaoh. Hayes describes the incredible display. He says, "What the scribes witnessed were fiery discs blazing across the sky, high above the Egyptian people, who watched in stunned amazement. Thutmose III ordered that a description of this event be recorded for posterity. But that was just the beginning. Over the succeeding days, more fiery discs joined the display, culminating in a massive fleet of UFOs covering the skies over Egypt. Then the commanders of the craft contacted Thutmose and invited him to meet with them at a remote place in the desert. Hayes explains it this way, quote, "Before they could be certain that Pharaoh Thutmose III was indeed the leader they had in mind, they had to make sure by initiating him into the mysterious ways of heaven. This meant that Thutmose was given a ride by the Shemsu Hor into Earth's upper atmosphere, like other prophets before him, namely Elijah and Enoch." End quote. Presumably, this cemented the relationship as Thutmose, no doubt, came to believe that he was dealing with the gods. From that point onward, he acted in their interests, and with their assistance, he eventually became an invincible military leader. A serpentine trail. This amazing display in the sky was indeed recorded by the scribes of Thutmose as he commanded, and became part of the royal annals of Thutmose III. In his book, Hayes traces the serpentine trail of the discovery and translation of the ancient document. The original papyrus was written in the hieratic cursive script. A version that was translated into hieroglyphics was found among the papers of Professor Alberto Tulli, an Italian who had been the director of the Egyptian Museum at the Vatican. Tulli bought the original papyrus from Phocion J. Tano at a Cairo bazaar in 1934. Hayes tells us that Tano was the proprietary of the Cairo Antiquities Gallery and was a highly respected and well-known student of Egyptian history. Tully then asked the French archaeologist and Egyptologist Etienne Drieton, Ph.D., to translate the document from the hieratic script to simple hieroglyphics, which were much easier to read. Driatin later became Director General of the Department of Egyptian Antiquities at the Egyptian Museum in Cairo. When Tully died in 1952, he left his papers to his brother Gustavo. Gustavo then turned them over to noted Egyptologist Prince Boris de Raschewitz for translation to Italian. Raschewitz was a well-known expert in Egyptology and the author of scholarly dissertations still referred to today. His translation of the Annals was published in 1953 and contains the following passage. After several days had passed, they became more numerous in the sky than ever. They shined in the sky more than the brightness of the sun. To the consternation of researchers, as well as the Department of Egyptian Antiquities, the original papyrus itself has disappeared. It is believed to be in private hands. The Napoleon of Egypt. The Shamsu-Hor sought to enlarge the Egyptian kingdom. Since they now controlled the pharaoh, the greater the territory under his rulership, the greater the riches flowing into the Egyptian treasury through tributes. Consequently, Thutmose immediately embarked on military campaigns of conquest. He completed 17 raids in 20 years and conquered 350 cities, encompassing territory from what is now southern Syria to Nubia. By taking individual towns, he was able to conquer incrementally entire kingdoms bit by bit. He used advanced weaponry, introducing horse-drawn chariots and warfare, and innovative military tactics. By carrying boats over land, he was able to attack coastal cities, such as Mitanni, that were not accessible by land, thus completely surprising the defenseless territories. Footnote: by carrying boats over land from the Nile to the Mediterranean, they could be put in the sea to attack the coastal cities. These cities would never have expected an Egyptian attack from the sea at that time, since they believed Egypt to be landlocked. The Mediterranean port of Alexandria was not founded until 332 BCE. End footnote. By the end of his long reign, he had created a huge international Egyptian empire. He was known to history as the Napoleon of Egypt. Surprisingly, from his mummy it was discovered that he was a very small man, not even 5 feet tall, very unusual for a man. This suggests that perhaps he himself was a hybrid. Hayes says Thutmose was one of the few people in history to expand the borders of their empire to encompass the entire known world. Most certainly, he was aided in accomplishing this feat by the technology of the Shamsu-Hor. With so many conquered kingdoms paying tributes, Egypt became very wealthy. The Brotherhood of the Snake, operating through the Amun priesthood, instituted a currency using silver and gold to replace the barter system. This permitted the use of a central banking system to control the expanding economy. We will hear later that the reptilians always seek to control the masses through currency and a central bank, right up to the present. By this means, they are able to reward their friends and bring them to power by financing huge enterprises, while eliminating their adversaries through the tightening of funds. It is a hallmark of reptilian control. Especially, it allows them to finance war. Worldwide, the reptilians profit immensely from war from both sides. Not only does it reduce the general human population, it also makes the survivors more desperate for assistance, which the reptilians can provide from their now overflowing coffers, at a price. And so, they can change nations and populations, moving them around as on a chessboard. It is well known that banks and large industrial combines profited greatly from both world wars. In later years, in the United States, Thomas Jefferson and Andrew Jackson saw through this ruse and fought not to allow central banking as best they could. Jackson especially waged a heroic battle to prevent the establishment of a central bank. Their efforts forestalled the advent of such a bank for about a century, but in 1913, the establishment of the Federal Reserve Bank completed the takeover of the American economy by reptilian frontmen and opened the funding floodgates that financed World War I and all the U.S. wars to follow. In ancient Egypt, given this initial impetus of control over Thutmose, the Brotherhood of the Snake retained their dominance over succeeding pharaohs. Their rulership of Egypt, through the priesthood of Amun, operated behind the pharaoh's throne, They always carefully promoted their proteges into power by using their ancient knowledge of genetics and bloodlines and drugs and mind control. They encountered a speed bump when Akhenaten came to power and reinstituted worship of Ra, the sun god. But that was soon disposed of in the next generation, when Grand Vizier I influenced young Tutankhamun, the son of Akhenaten and Nefertiti, to eradicate from pillars and temples all reminders of the worship of Aten and to bring back the Amun priesthood. From that point on, it was business as usual. Hayes summarizes their influence. He says, quote, "The Brotherhood of the Snake was the unchallenged authority in Egypt. They governed the people through politics and religion, respectively. That is, through puppet pharaohs and the Amun priesthood. They molded, shaped, and reshaped the world at their whim, and experimented with the antediluvian knowledge that was now their legacy." End quote. Reminders of their control were carefully embedded in the popular culture. The god Sobek, who had the head of a crocodile, was included in the Egyptian pantheon as a god of creation. During the 18th dynasty, he was known as a god of battle and of finance. The caduceus rod, circled by two snakes, has endured through 3,000 years until today, now as a symbol of the American Medical Association. Moreover, to make certain that the people knew who was really in charge, they instituted the embedding of a coiled cobra in the front of the pharaoh's crown, with the snake's head pointing straight ahead, as if ready to strike. It is now called a uraeus, from the Greek meaning on its tail. Its presence conferred legitimacy on the pharaoh, and it was even affixed in the crowns of the gods Horus and Set on statuary. Its presence on the pharaoh's crown is said to date back to the Old Kingdom, around 3000 BCE. What possibly could such an emblem placed prominently over the pharaoh's forehead signify, other than the rulership over the pharaoh by the Brotherhood of the Snake? The Brotherhood of the Snake. They have been known by many names: the Sheti, the Hent, the Shemsu-Hor, the Reptilians, the Nagas, the Lizards, the Hybrids, the Tao, the Brotherhood of the Snake, the Babylonian Brotherhood, and most recently, the Greys. They dwell in the underground empire built by their ancestors, the Draco, able to traverse long distances rapidly through a complex tunnel network on supersonic magnetic levitation, maglev trains, capable of speeds up to 300 miles per hour. Having now broken away from rulership by the Draco, the Syrians, and Marduk, they have formed a type of hierarchical brotherhood based on group consciousness and are fundamentally democratic. They live in large cities. Their capital city is the 7-level Bogavita, deep down under the Indian subcontinent. They have amazing technology, including anti-gravity craft, which they can send into our skies through any number of portals. These were the craft sent out to impress and recruit into their efforts the Pharaoh Thutmose III, and to deter Admiral Byrd from his Antarctic incursions in Operation High Jump in 1947. Please refer to Plate 20 in the supplemental PDF. In addition, it is from the Antarctic, their main scientific and technology center, that they have sent out interstellar spaceships on journeys to the Moon and Mars and beyond. Clearly, many if not most of the UFOs that have appeared in our skies, and from which they have abducted millions of humans, are from their underground empire. Their worldwide hybrid project really is conducted from beneath the Earth, and not on spaceships. From their ancient ancestors, the Queens of Orion, they have inherited astounding biotechnology and genetic engineering expertise, originally brought here during the antediluvian era by the Draco. From these beginnings, their scientists have developed amazing drugs that they continue to use routinely to extend their lives, as did the queens for millennia, and which they feed into our civilization slowly through big pharma to reap tremendous riches for their human puppets, the Illuminati.
Yeah. It'll start to make sense after a while. Don't worry about it. The more they keep talking about the adrenochrome and all these, the more you really look at if whether the health industry is helping you or not, you're gonna figure it out. But first, you can't figure out what you don't know, right? My people perish for lack of knowledge. You can't figure out what you don't have no idea ever existed. No knowledge about any of that galactic history. But once you get some galactic information, let's call it information, and I'm calling it information, you're going to determine whether you believe it or not, whether this is real. I'm not here to go through that with you, because what's going to happen is exactly what I think is going to happen. You're going to start to pay more attention to how they move. Your doctors, what they prescribing you. You're going to start reading what's on the back of labels. None of it is going to make any sense, and then you're going to ask the question, well, why are you doing this? If it's making me sicker. And you're going to get your answer. You're going to come to your own conclusion. More than likely, you're going to reach the same conclusion that I reached. These people cannot be Homo sapien like you and I. Or like me. I can have an audience full of reptiles right now as we speak. I believe there's a variety of different humanoids down here on the planet. Also believe that it's going to be announced really soon that they exist. I'll let it play out for a little bit longer. I do got some things to do, but we can rock out for a little bit longer.
The only factory in Germany that was not bombed and remained intact throughout World War II was the massive drug combine IG Farben. Because they live for hundreds, maybe thousands of years, they can transcend many Earth generations, and so can continue programs over extended periods of time. They have long ago lost the ability to reproduce sexually, and now, for the most part, they use cloning, which the Orion bioscientists perfected millions of years ago. And they have also inherited from those origins the ability to alter and wipe clean human memories, and to transfer human consciousness from one body to another. Consequently, they appear to be miracle workers, but it is really just mega science, perfected by the Queen scientists eons ago. Perhaps their most formidable talent is their ability to mentally increase their vibratory rate, allowing them to inhabit the lower fourth dimension, in which they are invisible to human perception. This ability permits them to contact and influence humans in dream states, and to go easily through solid walls during abductions. This lower region of the astral realm is inhabited by spiritually retarded human souls, as well as demonic entities. That is why, according to Stuart Swerdlow, it is referred to frequently as hell. All forms of black magic originate in this realm. This is one reason for their power over the human race, although their science and technology, especially their bioscience, the inheritance of thousands of years of development by their ancestors in Orion, is still several hundred years ahead of ours. But because of the potentially great power of the human soul, we are rapidly catching up. Knowing this, they seek to keep us in a state of low consciousness and reliant on superstition in order to maintain their control over us. They accomplish this primarily through religion, in the tradition of the Queens of Orion. From their earliest days in Egypt, where they operated through the priesthood of Amun, they have used religion very effectively. It has the effect of maintaining a subdued and guilt-prone populace that is unlikely to challenge the puppets they have placed in political power. As will be heard in the following chapters, They have adopted easily to new religions and twisted them to their ends. They always find a way to use them for mind control. It should be understood that they also have very many methods of mind control other than religion, which is only intended for the masses. They control individuals in a variety of ways. To begin with, they seek subjects who have a high component of reptilian DNA, known as blue bloods. These people are the products of many thousands of years of genetic manipulation, and are now mostly in positions of authority. All the members of the former European royalty are blue bloods, as are wealthy and powerful individuals in all segments of society, especially in industry, academics, and health-related positions. Those individuals who have been genetically nurtured to possess almost 50% reptilian DNA are considered to be members of the Illuminati. All the top world bankers, statesmen, clergy, and CEOs are in this category. All these people are the most vulnerable to Brotherhood mind control and demonic influence from the astral realm. The Brotherhood operates primarily through the dreamscape. Military historian James Bartley says, "The reptilians and their minions are masters of creating illusions, assuming disguises, and dimming the awareness of human beings in or out of the astral dreamscape. In the dreamscape, the reptilians can heighten the anxiety level of the abductee, or promote mental sluggishness, just as easily as if they were spinning the dial on an FM radio. While much of their control occurs through the dreamscape, they have also now abducted many millions of people all over the world for special mental programming. This capability of control is particularly important when preparing a nation for war. After putting their puppets in all positions of authority in the armed forces, they program them to become violent and callous to human suffering, to become vicious killers, and to lead their men to become the same. This explains how the armies of warlike nations become maddened murderers and killers, showing not even a scintilla of human consideration and compassion. Bartley says, quote, "Again and again, the reptilian concepts of pure bloodlines and the murder and torture of innocent humans plays itself out with a vengeance. Throughout history, these essentially reptilian concepts were drummed into cultures and societies under reptilian control, and the tragic consequences were always the same: the horrible and agonizing deaths of innocent men, women, and children." Please refer to chapters 16 and 17 for two of the most chilling recent examples of this.
Let's see where we're at, Brotherhood Crease. Oh. Yeah, I might as well keep going. With the, oh man. Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna let it play out for a little bit more.
Chapter 12. The Creation of Christianity. The Syrians from Sirius A were in a unique situation. On the one hand, their loyalty was pledged to the Orion Queens by virtue of the alliance, so they were obliged by that agreement to take no actions contrary to the interest of the reptilians. However, they did have an agenda of their own, and here on this small planet on the very edge of the galaxy, they did not feel constrained enough to worry about a reptilian reaction to real or imagined violations of the agreement. While they feared a full-scale reptilian attack, that would not be likely for small indiscretions. Furthermore, the reptilian population on Earth was hobbled by having to live underground, and they were cut off from communication with Draco and Orion. So the Syrians adopted a double standard. They continued to help the reptilians here in very important ways. It was their technology that made the shape-shifting program possible, and they assisted in the hybridization program in other ways. However, they also implemented their own plans, especially in the area of religion. In terms of hybridization, the Syrians were more experienced and sophisticated than the reptilians, who were stranded here, cut off from their technology in Orion. Before Atlantis sank beneath the waves, the Syrians followed the Atlantean migration to Egypt. They wanted to create hybrid Atlan Syrians, that is, Lyran Syrians, which they believed would create a magnificent new race on Earth, amenable to Syrian influence. With Atlantis gone, They believed this was the very best alternative for recreating Lyran culture on Earth. However, they did not have reptilian approval for this plan. This created race was the earliest subrace of Hebrews. Swerdlow says, quote, "These people were tall and powerful and spoke the Syrian language, which is the equivalent to the ancient Hebrew language. Scholars agreed that the Hebrew language suddenly appeared on the scene. Originally, Hebrew was a language used exclusively by the Jewish priesthood and the Egyptian secret society." End quote. The Egyptian priesthood had its own hieroglyphic language reserved for religious communications. The Hebrews were not really slaves in Egypt, but were paid workers. The Egyptians also used them as foreign agents. They were sent to Canaan to try to absorb the Canaanites into the Egyptian empire. There, they mixed with the Sumerian hybrid descendants and adopted some of their reptilian blood ritual and human sacrifice practices. About this, Swerdlow says, "All of this was incorporated into a conglomerate religion based on ancient Egyptian, Atlantean, Syrian beliefs. That is how Judaism was born. The story of Abraham being commanded by God to sacrifice his own son was one of the results of that religion. It was an acceptable command in a religion that practiced human sacrifice. However, the Hebrews changed that practice to animal sacrifices. That was the more civilized Jewish version of the barbaric human sacrifice practiced by the reptilian hybrids in both the Middle East and in Central and South America. The Brotherhood and the Syrians understood well the power of religion to control and direct the lives of their subjects. The Orion Queens had learned that lesson eons ago and used religion to control their far-flung galactic empire. The dispersion of the Jews from Egypt throughout the Middle East was based on a deliberate fast-track plan to spread the new religion and its practices in those areas. It was intended that Judaism would become the universal religion of the new humanity. Swerdlow tells us, quote, "The Middle East became a focal point for the Syrians and their reptilian allies. Together they generated a new version of religion and culture for ease of global control and domination. What better way to do that than by programming a race of nomadic people that would carry the religion and culture everywhere on the earth." End quote. The Brotherhood was planning way, way ahead. Their ultimate goal was globalization. In order to create a uniform global population, which they could then easily control, they knew that they needed a uniform global religion. The Exodus was watched over by Syrian spacecraft, and the Jewish emigrants were given help in their wanderings when necessary. If the Syrians could hollow out asteroids and propel them with black holes, they certainly had the technology to part the Red Sea. And the manna that flowed down from heaven to feed the starving Jewish tribes was a scientifically designed food to provide maximum nutrition and energy.
You ever wonder what that manna from heaven really was anyway? It never really made sense, right? But allegedly in the story, it sustained them. I've heard from other stories that it was actually white, some type of white gold. Not sure.
Please refer to Plate 7 in the supplemental PDF. The new religion was supplemented with new strictures along the way by Moses, who communicated with the Syrian craft from the top of Mount Sinai and was given the 10 Commandments, which were engraved in crystals. The laws that composed the Torah were carried in the Ark of the Covenant, which was an electromagnetic receiver and was highly charged, which was why it could only be approached by the priests who wore protective clothing. And only the priests could decipher the messages from God received by the Ark in the Hebrew language. According to Swerdlow, Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by atomic bombs because their people's widespread homosexual practices had propagated the AIDS virus, which had to be contained. He claims that even today, atomic radiation can be detected at those sites. The advent of Emmanuel. The Federation continued to oppose the spread of reptilian blue bloods and hybrids throughout the civilized world. Swerdlow says, quote, "With Syrian cooperation, They were working to gently push the post-Atlantean remnants back into Lyrian culture now that the reptilian hybrids were taking over. Of course, this isolated Lyrian group did not realize the current treacherous Syrian Earth involvement. When someone is friends with everyone, they really are friends with no one." End quote. The Syrians were playing both sides, while also seeking to advance their own agenda. The Federation realized that they needed a highly evolved human hybrid to redirect the new religion. According to Swerdlow, this group abducted a young woman from ancient Israel with extremely pure humanoid genetics, implanting her with a fetus genetically designed for a specific purpose. Today, this woman is known as Mary, and this is why it is claimed that she was a virgin. There was a persona named Emmanuel. He was a product of the mixture between Mary and a Lyrian descendant. Mary was physically abducted and implanted. She said that she was visited by angels. As a young man, Emmanuel was removed from his mother and taken to the Great Pyramid on the Giza Plateau. Here he was taught ancient Lyrian, Atlantean, Egyptian principles for many years. He was also taken aboard the Federation ships and indoctrinated in ways to steer the masses away from the reptilian influences.
Allegedly. Who knows for sure? Listen, guys, it's about 5.5 hours. But I did give you the source of this book, Alien World Order, by Lynn Caston. There's some other sources that just stay tapped in with me. I'll give you those sources as well. I got some things to do right now, but I thank you for rocking out with your boy. All the links to the jazz album is in the video description box. The audio book, Rockefeller Medicine, that's in the video description box, and any donations you want to give, the donation link is there as well. So I'll try to tap in with you tomorrow. What do I have going on tomorrow? I think I got the topic up here. Oh, the history of central banking and the enslavement of mankind. So, apparently that's what we'll be discussing tomorrow. Other than that, I appreciate everybody for watching. And I'll see you guys soon. You guys take care, all right? Peace out, man.